gentlemen, boys, NBA Finals Game 2 started 5 minutes late. Why? I'm not sure where spread is, but away we go. Had a great Tuesday show for subscribers. Tyler absolutely murdered the show. Absolutely murdered. I think we picked up like 7 units on the live show on Tuesday night. Joey had a baseball winner on the show. At least one, maybe two, actually. And then Tyler hit a bunch of plus money props. So you love to see it. Thursday night, we're here for the public. Spread will be here at some point. Gavin mentioned he was going to come by and come and hang out. Maybe talk some UFC. You know, our guy Joey always watches the show, so I'm sure there's a shot that Joey Work will pop in and come and hang out for a little bit. And, here's Spread. What's going on,
bro? What's up, buddy? How you doing? Can you hear me okay? I'm on a different setup today.
Yeah. Where are you?
I just went to my living room. My office is just too hot. It's like 104 degrees here today, so I just don't want to sit sweating.
All right, so you weren't on the show in Game 1. What were your Game 1 thoughts? What are your thoughts tonight?
Yeah, I'm glad because I was actually pretty disappointed in Milwaukee. When we did the rundown on Tuesday morning, I did not expect Giannis to play. So that already threw me off to begin with. And then we had the situation where he looked pretty good to start. But I felt that he wasn't as good in transition as he usually is, which is his number one strength. And he also seemed to wear down towards the end of the game. We saw the same thing with Joel Embiid playing through a knee injury. Comes out, looks great, on fire. And then as the game goes on, the knee wears on him, and he's really struggling to be able to get stuff done. So my main thoughts were obviously everybody's talked about it ad nauseum. We talked about it on the rundown today as well. But, it's the pick and roll coverage with Brook Lopez. How will they adjust to that? And that's going to be something that we'll be looking for early on in the game. They seem to do pretty well with Giannis at the 5. The the downfall of that is that you do not want Giannis to get worn out doing it. So they'll obviously start with Lopez in there. Let's see how many minutes he gets, and let's see if they can come back. One disappointing thing, I told my buddy, we were hanging out a little earlier today. I said, after the Bucks lost Game 1 to the Hawks, I said, I'm going so big on the Bucks on Game 2. Everything went wrong for the Bucks. I didn't necessarily feel this way after that last Game 1. Phoenix played pretty well, but so did Milwaukee. They shot 44% from 3. I mean, the major improvements are obviously going to be defend a little better, shoot better than 61% at the rim, which is crazy. They finally got a good three-point shooting night, and they couldn't get it done in the paint. So I'll definitely be interested to watch tonight. I lean towards Milwaukee here. Tyler liked the Suns, so we're on opposite sides again, and I like the under too pregame. But those will be the areas that we'll be looking to get involved with during the game.
So we have this is a public show, but we have like 3 plays on the spreadsheet. So we might as well, since Spread is on the show, we might as well give his play away for free because Tyler's got 2 props on there. So you're on what on the sheet?
I'm on the Bucks +5. The Bucks +5.
All right, so let me tell you the plays that I bet today.
All right, let's hear them.
Yesterday morning, I bet over 11.5 rebounds for Giannis at -105.
Okay.
That number is now like 12.5 at -130. So I beat that. I laid a little juice on Devin Booker over a half steal because he's been really, really, really good turning the ball over in the playoffs. I think he had 3 steals in Game 1 of the finals. So I laid a little bit of juice on Booker over a half steal. And then I bet both of those and Devin Booker over 22.5 points in a little prop parlay at plus 270.
All right. Well, I don't know if you watched the run. Well, obviously not on the Giannis one, but I like those looks. One thing that we talked about on the rundown today was the possibility of Lopez getting less run. That would fit in quite well with the Giannis over. We also talked about Budenholzer scheming against Chris Paul rather than Booker. We thought that would give Booker more opportunities. So I like the Booker prop as well. So I think you're off to a good start here.
Not bad. Are there any player props that you bet?
We like Connaughton over 6.5 and Tucker over 4.5 on the Milwaukee side.
Did you personally bet both those?
Yeah.
Should I put them at the bottom?
Yep.
All right.
I like both of them.
All right. So what's the best line that you see right now?
I'll check right now. We hit them both at plus 100 on the show today, but that was obviously we started a little later today, but didn't lose views. We might continue to do that because it makes things easier for Tyler. But that was at 3:30 Eastern that we had the plus 100s. Let's see what they're looking at now.
I figured Giannis is getting his rebounds, even if Ayton gets his 15 or 17 rebounds. Giannis is still probably getting over 12 or 13.
Yeah, I think so too, especially if he gets a lot of run at the 5. So we'll see how that turns out. Now, we know that Budenholzer doesn't like to adjust, and that's one of the big things that's put against him. But everybody watching saw that they looked the best in the fourth quarter with that lineup. So it'll be interesting to see, depending on the starts, how quickly he is to go to that more effective lineup.
So it was Tucker over 4.5 points at what price?
I got plus 100, but let me see what it's still at. Sorry, bookmaker's shaking me a couple more seconds. I don't know why all of a sudden they want to add captures to everything.
I'm seeing minus 125 on Bet365. Let me check DK. Was everybody in agreement today on the show?
No, Title and I liked Milwaukee, and Tyler liked Phoenix.
But did he still like Milwaukee to stay within the 5?
Yeah, that's why he gave out for his best bet. He gave out the player performance double that they do on FanDuel with Booker going over 35 and Phoenix to win. Although I told him he should only go for 30. So the Connaughton over has gone to minus 107. And so we'll put that down at minus 107. And PJ Tucker is minus 121. I think I got it at minus 125, so that's actually pretty good for Tucker. So over 4.5, minus 121 for Tucker.
All right, minus 107.
All right, we got DB Gnarly, Yego. What's up, Coop? Ronnie Lofton. Kevin Morton, new name. What's up, Kevin? Dexter Rojas. Christopher Cesares. Seems like a pretty good chat we've got here today. So how did your week go? Did you have a good 4th of July?
Well, I did, I don't know, like maybe 30 hours of live shows over the weekend.
Uh-huh.
But when it was all said and done, it was kind of shitty because I pretty much broke even.
Oh, no.
Money-wise, like throughout all the shows. But since Monday, I'm up a few thousand. I haven't gone to sleep, Spread. I purposely stayed up so I could take Ash Barty minus 2.5 games today for a dime. She hit that.
Okay.
I had Pliskova at plus 180,
Right.
minus a half game for a dime. That hit. Last night, I had Tampa Bay to score the first goal for a dime. I had Tampa Bay to win in regulation for a dime. So it's been a really good week. I'm hoping I can cash a ticket in 6 sports this weekend by the time it's all said and done.
So how many do you have so far?
4.
Oh, well,
We
NASCAR
hit the
and UFC are for sure.
we hit the
For sure.
we hit the WNBA. The Lynx -4. My first WNBA bet of the year. Not on the sheet, but in the Discord, some of the guys bet it with me.
That's crazy.
Right? I was like, you know what? Lynx are playing well. I'm pulling the trigger for the first time this year in the WNBA.
Did you actually watch it or did you just bet it?
Yeah, well, I pretty much have like every package to every sport. So I had like the WNBA League Pass going, and
it's like $20.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
like, it's worth it for one game. If you're gonna watch one game, it's worth it to just get the package.
So I had that going, and I was watching the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I saw like a weird spreadsheet some guy made today. It was just basically where Tom Brady lives and where everyone was all the championships. So, he grew up in the Bay Area. So all the Niners, the A's, and one Raiders title while he's growing up. Then he moves to Michigan, and the Pistons and the Tigers have success while he's there. Then, of course, we know how well he did in Boston. Now he moves to Tampa, and the Lightning win the title. It's just unbelievable.
One guy won. He's won 3 consecutive Stanley Cups, I think, with 3 different teams, or 2 with Tampa Bay and 1 with whoever won it before Tampa.
Oh, okay.
I think he's the first guy or one of the first guys in NHL history to win 3 cups in a row on different teams. I don't know.
Were they going crazy in your neighborhood on 4th of July?
Bro, I tried to watch, like, after we did the live shows, I tried to, like, lay in my bed and watch a couple, like, movies, and the fireworks went off for, like, pretty much until about 3 a.m.
Yeah, it was just insane. Like, me and JJ were going to do a 7 a.m. Wimbledon show, and I dragged myself out of bed, and I did it with him, but I said, I'm not going to choose to do a 7 a.m. show the day after the 4th of July ever again, because I tried to lie down at 10 or 11, and they kept going for like 2 hours strong. I was just like, wow. So it's kind of funny. I used to love the holiday when I was a kid. Now it just kind of annoys me.
All holidays annoy me now, Spread.
Well, I like Thanksgiving.
Well, yeah, because we love food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christmas isn't that bad. I mean, it is, the shopping and stuff gets annoying, but I'll tell you what, after working at UPS, like not working at UPS, like I enjoy Christmas these last couple of years.
I'll tell you what, if I would probably hate Christmas if it wasn't for the fact that I had a kid. You have kids around you at Christmas. So watching them like enjoy, I mean, that's kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but, it's great fun.
Fucking New Year's Eve and New Year's Day are meaningless. Like they're do you know that I've been live for every single holiday since we started in August.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
Halloween, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, 4th of July, Memorial Day so far.
Wow.
All right, so let's talk tennis. Do you think that Djokovic goes through this young kid?
Yeah. Hubie Hurkacz, yeah. Unfortunately, I think Djokovic is too good.
No, Djokovic is going up against Shapovalov, isn't he?
Oh, I'm sorry. Shapovalov. Yeah. I mean, I still think Djokovic wins. Shapovalov has a higher, like, top level, though, so he actually has a better chance to grab a set. I saw some people debating the plus 2.5, just grabbing him Shapovalov to win a set, and I don't mind that play. But Djokovic has been playing so well, I could also see him getting straight setted.
Do you think Berrettini just goes through this guy?
Through Hurcox? I don't. I think he wins. I don't think he'll. I don't think it'll be straight sets. So I think QB will get at least a set. But I like both favorites tomorrow for sure.
What do you think about the women? Ash Barty or Pliskova?
Man, I'm rooting for Pliskova so bad, but just off what I watched today. So I woke up and watched Pliskova live, which was a fun match, and then the other one was on real early for me, so I rewatched it this afternoon. And I was thinking after I watched Pliskova that I was going to favor her, but Ash looked so strong.
So good today.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with Barty.
Her first serve was complete dog shit for 3/4 of the match.
Yeah.
Her first serve in that first set was brutal.
Yeah, and it shows you how good she is that she's able to overcome that, because so many players, once they dip below like 60% on their first serve, they're just done.
I'll tell you what, man, Sabalenka and Pliskova are some tall girls, man. They are.
Yeah. They hit the ball like crazy too.
Yeah, I mean, Barty's going to look like a munchkin out there compared to her.
Yeah.
I didn't see the line that they set, but I heard it was steep.
I think Barty's about -200, which actually seems right. That gives Pliskova like an implied 33% chance, which seems about right to me. I don't think Barty's a complete shoo-in here.
For coming into the tournament as the #1 seed, like I watched a ton of Wimbledon, and she wasn't talked about all that much.
No, she wasn't, and it was weird because there was concerns about her physical well-being, and even when we talked about outrights, that's why I discounted her, because I kept hearing rumors that she wasn't 100%, but maybe the extra day off, she seems to be 100% now, but that's why I kind of discounted her, and I think others do too, because she just didn't seem like she was 100% healthy, so she got things together pretty quickly.
For people that are watching, I took Booker over a half steal alone. I laid the juice and I threw it in that props parlay with the Giannis rebound prop and Booker over 22.5 points on the alt line. But Tyler on Tuesday's show had Booker to get 2+ steals at +320, and he ended up with 3. And I talked to Tyler earlier today, and he came right back with that prop. He bet it again. Devin Booker 2+ steals at, I don't know what it's at. I would assume it's somewhere around the same price at +320, but Tyler's on that. That's not a sheet play, but that's just me and him talking. I know he's on that.
Yeah, Tyler was having fun with me on Tuesday night during the game as I was getting all upset because the Bucks didn't look as good as I had hoped. He was sending me all the good memes.
I watched a little bit of the show that you guys did today. Mm-hmm. All three of you were pretty much in agreement that Chris Paul is probably the fade today, and if you're going to back somebody to score, it's Devin Booker.
Yeah, that was our idea, and just that we didn't think that Budenholzer and the Bucks were going to allow Paul to do the same thing to him over 2 games in a row. Paul's a smart player, assuming that they run more players off him. He's not the type to force shots up into a double team, like Kobe Bryant did. He's going to definitely move the ball as quickly as possible, and that's the case. His first outlet, his first option is going to be Booker. Assuming that Paul gets more Holiday, that means Booker gets a more advantageous matchup. We assume that he takes advantage of it, so we liked either Booker or Giannis in the captain spot, and then, of course, you can't fit every star in there, so we thought Paul might be the one to avoid if you're making, like, single builds. And then if you have multiple builds, go lower on them. Like, if you have 10 builds, only put them in 1 or 2.
I was listening to you say, like, if the Bucks have any chance to win tonight, Drew Holiday can't be a no-show again.
Yeah. And that's why, if you like the Bucks like we did, also like the Holiday over 19.5 points there. But I like the other two I gave out more. I like hitting these role players where all it takes is one little burst and we go over. Tucker gets loose for 2 threes, we go over. Constant hits 2 threes and all he needs is one more point. He goes over. So, yeah.
All right, let's make some money.
All right, yeah, I think they are tipping off now.
I was happy that the Tuesday show was a subscriber show because, it was like an 8-unit show. Oh, I got to watch the press conference, the UFC 264 presser.
Oh, those are always fun with Connor, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing clips, so it must have happened. I thought it doesn't happen until Friday, but I guess Friday are the weigh-ins. It's normally Thursday.
Well, see, starting the game, that's the type of transition opportunity that we wanted from Giannis here. So, good sign for Milwaukee.
That was another thing I noticed in the first game. Number one, how fast that the Suns played. As soon as they got a rebound, they were flying up the court.
Right, and that was good coaching by Monty Williams because that's not their default. Chris Paul's default is to play slow, play deliberately, control the tempo, avoid mistakes. So that was something that they thought that they could exploit, and I thought they did a great job of it. I mentioned on the rundown today, though, if this is a tight game, if things are close towards the end, will he revert back to his default? And that was one of the reasons why I favored the under as a pregame look on the total.
Second thing I noticed was how much better the little guards like Payne and both Cams played really well for the Suns, and they just continuously beat their man on the dribble all night long. And if you left them open, Crowder he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn,
right?
But yet both Cams, Cam Johnson, they did the damn thing, man. They made their defenders look stupid all night.
2 nice plays from Giannis early, and then I like to see Holiday getting to the rim there. He needs to be more aggressive. That's another good sign here. So it looks like we're gonna have a good game tonight.
Holiday get to the.
I was a little worried because did you watch Big T and JSU today with Holden?
I had to take a nap because I didn't sleep this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, there's definitely no harm in that. I was a little worried because you have to do the showdown site. You need game scripts, and they had both wrote big game scripts for a Suns blowout. So I was a little worried about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Mainly because I said, okay, we lose the play, but I knew we were going to be on live tonight, and I was like, I do not want to be sitting here if they're down by 20 in the third, because it's harder to bet those games like that.
Yeah, I would think that we would be able to catch plus money on both sides of these games. But
and that was one thing I was noticing is there's been more wire to wire. The arbing hasn't been there. Like, for example, you couldn't have arbed the game one.
No, once the Suns
wire to wire.
Yeah, once they took that lead, they pretty much maintained it.
Yeah.
And it was really just what separated that game one was pretty much just a bad third quarter.
Yeah, and I talked about it today too. I felt that you could see the bad third quarter coming with the way that they closed the second quarter. They could have gone in really close and they ended up going down by 8. And I felt that was like a bad sign for things to come, that Phoenix went into the locker room with all the momentum. So the way you end quarters and halves, it always matters, especially when you're gambling and you're betting against the spread and not just to win. But of course, in the finals, it's amplified.
Man, these wings could just drain threes.
Yeah. And that was one issue I was worried about for the transition here for Milwaukee was while the Hawks wings could drain threes as well, they're not as athletic. They're a bunch of slow guys that can drain threes. These guys are a bunch of athletic guys who can defend that can drain threes. Holiday's looking for the foul there on the continuation, doesn't get it, but he's off to a good start. So Bucks backers have to be happy about that. Yeah, title's down at the Deer District again. That's got to be a lot of fun. Oh, wow. Did you see Viral Videos comment on there?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'll get something.
Why did you make a comment?
Well, I've been on the Bucks, so he's watched the shows. I've been pretty adamant about him.
But did you
first
say
two games?
If they got swept, you would eat your shoe?
No, but I'll eat something for you, Viral. But I got to make sure it's keto. There might be too many carbs in my hat. Giannis is looking really good. My main concern is I watched Embiid do this, for every game playing on that injured knee as well, and he would fade towards the end.
I don't know how he's playing, man. I went back and watched that. That injury was crazy.
Yeah, I thought he was done too. I DM'd Tyler right when it happened. Like, well, it was a nice run for Milwaukee this year. I couldn't believe that he was able to come back. What's up, Joey? Jump on if you can. I see Joey in the chat. So obviously the main event's going to be real exciting on Saturday night. Besides the main event, what do you think will be like the fight of the night, just from a fan's perspective, not the best one to bet on?
I think the whole card is pretty entertaining the whole way through. I think the co-main event, Wonderboy against Gilbert Burns, should be a good one. I think the heavyweight fight between Greg Hardy and Tai Tuivasa should be a good one. I think we have two really good chick fights with Aldana against Kunitskaya and Jennifer Maia against Jessica I think it's going to be a very entertaining card from start to finish.
I forgot to tell you, you reminded me when you mentioned the women's fight. So I hadn't watched AEW for like 3 months, and I said, okay, there's no NBA on tonight. I'm going to turn it on. Amanda Nunes and Jorge Masvidal were part of the show last night. They were in Miami for AEW. Yeah. And they had their coach, the leader of American Top Team. He did this little skit where he goes out and talks smack about AEW. And then, they had one of their wrestlers come out. And, the leader from American Top Team took a couple bumps or whatever. It was actually pretty cool.
What did Nunes or Masvidal get into the mix?
No, they didn't speak. They were just there, and then they let the leader of American Top Team, the main coach, kind of do all the mic work. But it was pretty cool to see. It was nice to see them. Nice to see them kind of crossing over, because I always think that's fun.
Now I got
because there's a lot of similarities, right? I mean, obviously we know that professional wrestling is not fighting; it's performance art. But you need to sell the fight in the same manner, right? I mean, the reason that Conor is so popular, right? He's an exciting fighter, but he sells the fight in the promotions, in the lead up to the fight, his personality, so all those similarities are there. So I like to see it when they cross over like that. I mean, Conor's the master of it. He took it from Floyd and took it to a whole new level.
He put the sport on the map, like really put it on the map.
Yeah.
That's why, it's hard to hate on Conor, man. You got to have respect for the fact that this sport would be nowhere near as mainstream as it is today if not for him.
Right. Like, for example, John Jones, to me, if you were to argue, I'd say he was a better fighter, and he's probably better all time. But Connor's done way more for the publicity of the sport, I would say.
I agree with all of that.
So let's see. Did we get any rotations out of the break? It looks like Giannis is out early. That's an interesting move here. They went with Pat Connaughton. I might check Twitter real quick. He usually is not the first one out. I'm wondering if this is precautionary because he looks pretty healthy. I'm surprised to see him. Usually Lopez is the first one out there. And we see Tucker. Drop that, PJ. All right, we got 2 there for PJ. We're 33% of the way there.
I thought AEW was going to be a flash in the pan. It's doing pretty well, huh?
Yeah, I mean, nowadays anything live is going to get picked up just because it gets the numbers that aren't DVR'd, right? They want you to watch that. Do you actually watch the commercials? So the advertisers know. People actually watch sports and live events, that can be spoiled. So I'm not as surprised. Just seeing how much like WWE Raw and SmackDown get, and their ratings are down 500% from 10 years ago, but it's still live content,
Another deuce for Tucker.
Yeah, I love to see it. So do you see the stat at the bottom of the screen now? Points in the paint, 16-0. And this is the stat that I kept bringing up, for the way that Milwaukee would, get better. The thing they can improve on, obviously they shot 44% from 3, but only 60% at the rim, which is really low for a team like this. So I don't know what they are at the rim, but 16 points in the paint shows me that they're doing much better tonight.
Cash that props, bro. Put it on the board.
I love it. Now, player props can be frustrating, but these are when they're fun. When you cash them in the first quarter.
Imagine Tucker has 7 in the first quarter. PJ Tucker. We'll take it. Crowder's hitting the shots tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so funny how things change from game to game. He was 0 of 8 in his last game, 0 of 5 from 3, and was the only player on the Suns to miss a free throw. And now he's feeling it tonight. There's a nice little move from Middleton down low. Obviously, he's really important to them here. And I really want to see – now, this is the lineup that they were really – this was their lineup they used to beat Atlanta. I actually like this lineup, and I like the fact that they're going to it early. So, but for all that Coach Bud doesn't make adjustments, crowd, here we go. Holloway almost loses it. Oh, there we go. That looked more like game 1 with Lopez missing the tip back.
Who would have been your top scorer in the game tonight, pre-game?
Booker.
Yeah, he was the favorite at plus 180.
Yeah. Yeah, I read a fun story about Crowder today, and how much energy and toughness he brings to a team. And they talk about when he was on Miami, he ran with the second team, so he was running opposite Butler, and they would be guarding each other. And it got so heated between them that they said we'll play 1-on-1 after practice, right? And I mean, I guess it was just like the most intense, 1-on-1 battles. They're playing for like an hour, going back and forth, and just all types of trash talk imaginable. But a guy who watched Miami last year to this year said that's what this team was missing, was Crowder's toughness, and that he's such a big reason, even though it doesn't show up in the box score, on why this team is doing so well, just for things like keeping your practices on point.
Yeah.
So, I'm not surprised to see him continue to have success on whatever team he ends up on. He's like, the old super sub, like Robert Ory back in the day, right? Doesn't do a lot for the box score, but it's not a coincidence that every team he's on ends up winning.
Man, it's hard to pull away from this Suns team. They'll just
because their backup wings are so athletic and they can shoot, so they don't lose a lot when they go to the bench like some of these other teams.
Our guy JJ firing. He's got 3 tennis plays on the spreadsheet for the 3 remaining games. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. We did tennis on Monday, and we actually got not as many views as the NBA, but we did pretty good. So it's definitely got us excited to keep that content going all through the end of the month and through August until we switch over to the NFL. So that was pretty cool. I was kind of worried that no one would watch it. So I don't know how much we're going to get on the tennis, but we had a good amount of live viewers. We had a nice lively chat, so that'll be something fun for us. And the cool thing is after this week, maybe not next week, but then after that they'll be in America, so it'll be on our time, to start at 11 a.m. And there'll be a primetime match at 5 p.m. West Coast, 8 p.m. Eastern every night, which is a lot more fun for me.
The lead up to the U.S. Open.
Yeah, it's a good swing. So they'll do they do Miami, Washington, and San Jose to start. There'll be 2 split. Then they all go to Cincinnati. Then they'll go to Montreal and Toronto split, but that's with the men's and the women's. And then they'll go down to New York. So it'll be a great time, and I'm really looking forward to the U.S. Open. Now that we're back on the regular schedule, I think it's a little easier to handicap the tennis. Last year was so tough for me. Cool, Daniel. Yeah, so we'll be doing some more of those in August to get those big 3 or 4 North American tournaments, and then the NFL will take center stage.
Yeah, thank God.
Has it? Have you been starting to get like some training camp news and stuff as they're all reporting?
I've been starting to dig into the teams, but you know how I am. Until that final 53.
And I think this year more than ever, because the way the salary cap's going to go, there's going to be a lot of people getting cut that wouldn't be cut in normal years.
Yeah,
so it's going to be even crazier than usual.
It's hard for me to evaluate before I see the final roster.
Yeah. I heard Urban Meyer already got in trouble. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to run contact practices already, and he had him doing contact, and one of the players dropped a dime on him.
I mean, honestly, that's so Urban.
Right, isn't it? What's up, Mr. Gav?
Gentlemen.
My man.
Now, Keg, I got to go into the doctor for skin grafts because I've been itching my neck so aggressively this past week. People are finally going to be punching each other in the face this weekend.
Yeah, like, when after 10 straight weeks, you're like, I wouldn't mind a week off. And then that week off happens, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah, that is actually exactly how it went. I was kind of looking forward to it, and now I was like, wow, that was horrible, actually.
Yep. I did not watch the press conference, so don't say anything.
Don't worry, I'm not spoiling nothing. I haven't looked at it either.
As soon as the show's over, I'm going to go watch it.
Gavin, do you ever watch boxing at all, or only MMA?
No, I really only got into MMA. I don't know. I just felt like boxing was just like a whole nother, not a completely different mindset and handicapping skill set, but just so much more info you got to get into. And I just had a better head start in MMA. Never made the transition.
Up until 10 years ago, it was awesome. Now It's such a joke because it's a waste of time to handicap the sport because it's all a bunch of minus 2000s. So you're just watching for 3 months to try and catch that one dog. It's like it's not the same. The reason I asked, though, was a fight that I am looking forward to. And now with everything opening back up, I was talking to Shry, maybe we'll go to the theaters because we went Actually, I don't know if I went with her on the last one. I might have just gone by myself because I think I was working at UPS at the time and I went straight there. But it's Fury Wilder, but now his camp got COVID, so the fight might be called off.
After they made a big stink about scheduling it before Fury had the other fight, Anthony Joshua.
Yeah. And then Errol Spence Pacquiao, which I'll be honest, I kind of wanted Pacquiao to retire, but that fight actually intrigues me. As much as it pisses me off, and I didn't want to buy another Errol Spence fight until he fought Terrence Crawford. I had to admit, I was like, okay, like you might sucker me in with this one, especially if it's in the theater and I can just take my girlfriend like on a date for it.
What do we got cooking in the NBA, gents?
We got the props that we're running on the bottom of the screen, and yeah, I might be trying to jump in on a live under. It's trending towards the under right now, so I want a burst of scoring there before I get back on that. But we got 44 points with a minute 48 left in the first, so we'll see how that goes.
How was your Tuesday party festivities? How'd that go? I'm not gonna lie, I was jealous about it.
It was fun, but was that Gavin that partied?
Yeah, I was talking
to people over too.
Oh man, yeah, I went out with my two best friends, and it was a good time. It was a long fucking day, man. I don't know.
When did you get
a little bit of Jersey by the beach, but dude, 4th of July by the beach is just twice as fucking batshit crazy and hectic and lawless as most anything. It's just insane.
Judging from the way the good time that you had, my guess is you went to sleep this morning for the first time.
That was one of those hangovers. You try to sleep off for 24 hours, you wake up the next day and you're still hungover. You're like, God damn, this is a 48-hour one, huh?
So, Spread, when Gavin was on the show over the weekend, he was like, it's un-American if you don't bet the hot dog contest. And I was like, well, all my books are legal. I don't think I have lines for the hot dog contest. So he's like, I'll put something in for you. So he puts in $50 on what I tailed whatever he bet, right? And then it won, and I forgot about it. And he sends me an email. What's your PayPal, bro? I got to send you $50. Give me chestnut all the way. And I was like, you hold that 50. We're going to roll that over on Saturday, big boy.
All right, there we go.
Let's roll it.
Gavin, did you actually watch the hot dog eating contest?
Oh yeah, dude. It was I was sweating watching that much amount of meat byproduct be consumed in such a large quantity, but second, how sweaty that bet got. Woo.
You know what you missed? You missed the conspiracy theories in our chat on the Sunday show. Everybody called bullshit in my YouTube chat in the NASCAR show. They were like, bullshit. He didn't eat that many hot dogs. The broadcast went dark for 5 minutes at the end. The guys had me rolling.
Brother, when that bookie actually paid me $500 for that bet, I didn't even look back at that. What even happened? I didn't care. I said, close the book. Done. Next bet.
Did we win by a half a hot dog?
No, I think it was 2.5.
Oh, okay.
What I was saying was, Keg, you got to roll that onto like Gilbert Burns via round 1 KO plus 1100 or something snazzy like that.
Bro, I got 3 plays on the spreadsheet right now, and I'm thinking about hedging off. I feel a lot less good about that bet than I did when I placed it.
Because of the echo chamber, or because of what you've seen in tape.
Because I watched more tape, and my worry is if he can't get him to the ground, right, and it just becomes a kickboxing fight. I mean, listen, I respect Gilbert Burns' stand-up game. I think he's come a long way. I think I like his boxing. I think he has legitimate power. Do I think that he's gonna win a 3-round kickboxing fight against Wonderboy with that awkward fighting? Probably
Nobody in the division can.
I think he has to get him to the ground, and I'm kind of worried that he might not get him to the ground. And if that happens, I am fucked. So I was thinking about hedging off of it with Wonderboy by decision at plus 150. Because Wonderboy doesn't really knock anybody out. He's not knocking Burns out. I think if Wonderboy wins, it's going all 3.
I don't hate it. Yeah, I was just more of a point where it was just hard for me to bet Gilbert Burns because it was one where I felt like even though there was value on the ticket, I just felt like Wonderboy probably wins the fight.
That's the thing. That's what I wrestled with. I wrote that exact thing in the Discord, bro.
It was, brother. It's the same thing with Volkov gone. We had the value on Volkov, but at the same day, like we kind of had a ticket that was somewhat dead in a sense, even though there was quote unquote value. You know what I mean? How it kind of played out.
It's undeniable. Gilbert Burns should not be plus 140 against anybody in that division other than Usman. Maybe you can make an argument about Colby, but I don't even think Colby. I think only Usman. So I do think that there's built-in value into that Burns line. The problem is if he can't get him to the ground, I think he's going to lose that fight. But if he gets him to the ground, bro, like if he's like, I'm gonna let Wonderboy hit me a couple times so I can pick him up and drop him on his head, then Wonderboy's in for a long fucking day. But I just don't. I mean, Wonderboy's takedown defense is pretty good.
Yeah, for a karate guy, for sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. Right now, I have 3 plays. I might hedge off of it. I haven't decided. That would be the 4th play. I still haven't touched. Everybody knows that you and I are on the over 1.5 rounds at minus 135.
That thing just keeps going up, man.
Yeah. Number now
it's
like minus 190 now in some spots.
Yeah.
But I never threw it on the sheet. We just gave it out on the show. So I can't put it on the sheet now.
That's fine, yeah.
I've been watching a lot of who do you think wins the main event?
Honest to God, Keg, it's almost worrying me how much of that echo chamber is talking about Poirier.
I think there's one undeniable fact, though. If that fucking bell rings for round 3, bro,
it's over. It's
over.
Yeah, 100%.
He's got 10 minutes of cardio, Connor. That's it. And you know, we've watched enough of Dustin Poirier to know that he will be as fresh in round 4 as he is in round 1 and as fresh in round 5 as he is in round 2. We know that for a fact. We've seen it about a gazillion times. So I think that if they get off the fucking stool for round 3, he's knocking him out. He's going to put him out just because Connor's not going to be able to deal with it. The cardio, he's going to get tired. The punches aren't going to stop. And I think that Poirier gets a knockout in round 3, 4, or 5 if we see it get past 10 minutes. The problem is Poirier, in that second fight, he was out on his feet twice in those first 2 rounds.
Yep.
Before he beat him. He even admitted it.
I was almost like getting a funny feeling about betting.
So I don't think the first 2 rounds. I don't think it will, though. That's the thing.
Well,
I think that Poirier will finish the fight in round 3, 4, or 5. I believe that. But those first 10 minutes, Connor can knock him out.
Yeah, so you're almost just basically live betting Poirier if he survives the first 7.5 to 10 minutes.
I think how you bet it is if you've already done what we've done and you're on the over 1.5. I think you bet Poirier in round 3 at 10-1, Poirier in round 4 at 20-1, and Poirier in round 5 at 30-1. That's what I think you do. I think you tear it off.
20-1 round 4.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you that kid sets such a pace in the late rounds that there is no way that Conor McGregor will win that fight. I don't even think he'll survive. Forget about win. But all that being said, I think that he could definitely knock Dustin out in the first 2 rounds.
FanDuel usually has those bets where you can do like McGregor in round 1 or 2, plus.
They have
Poirier 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, no. What they have is Poirier in rounds 1, 2, or 3, or Poirier in round 4, 5, or decision. That's how they have it.
Mm. So give Conor the 3, yeah, because if that was Poirier 3, 4, 5, I would say you would obviously have to pay more juice, but I would say that would be the winner right there. But at this stage, yeah, I think just live bet him. Like if he survives it, you get great odds. Every book is already going to have a ton of public money on Conor going into the fight, so it's only going to push up the live odds even further, and just begging people to bet on Poirier the other way.
Yeah, but you know what? That money hasn't come in on Conor yet because that money's still flowing in on Poirier right now. Conor's up to plus 110.
Things barely moved on my book.
Air Watto said Conor's going to blow that gas tank in 7 minutes. Yeah, I'll give him 10 minutes. I'll give him 10 minutes. I think that he's conditioned enough where he'll still be fresh.
I think he got embarrassed enough that last time where conditioning's not going to be obviously the issue that it was last fight, which means that he probably makes it, the 7.5, which is why we bet that. But
if that lead leg isn't dead in halfway through round 2, he would have definitely. He was fresh. I watched that fight fucking 5 times this week. Yeah. He would have easily got to the 3rd round easily. But he couldn't even stand on that lead leg. He was done. Poirier becomes such an overwhelming favorite, though, in the second half of that fight.
Inarguable. The question, Keg, kind of moving fights. We can get back to that later. But the question is, how much money are we putting on Halle and Paiva at plus 190?
I mean, can we get past this weekend first?
No, you got to keep at least one eye on the the future cards.
Bro, not for nothing. Me and you, Mister, we don't bet fucking low-level women's.
Oh my God, we are some sick fucks, man.
I have a bet on every female MMA fight on Saturday. Both.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me because I'm going to have to take down my mirrors. I won't be able to look at myself.
Yeah, I'm definitely blaming you for that, 100% on Saturday show, unless it goes well, and then I'll be happy. Man, Spread, this team doesn't go away.
Yeah, I mean the first quarter stats, right? Bucks outscored the Suns 18-0 in the paint, but the Suns made 8 3-pointers. Now they're up by 4. They got all the momentum. Let's see what Budenholzer and the Bucks do here to respond, because for as well they started the game, to be down by 4, that's not good at all. So and they're replaying that block there on Holiday. I like to see that, and the huge Ayton dunk. And not a lot you can do about that if you're the Bucks.
I kind of feel like Milwaukee's outplayed them so far, and they're still down 4.
Yeah, that's what I feel too. So being a Bucks backer, it's kind of rough to see all these things go right, and they're still Phoenix basically just shooting their way in this. Ron Lofton says running away with this first half. Yeah, let's see it. Of course, as everybody says, game of runs. That's why it's important for the Bucks to go ahead and make their answer here, and not just let this continue to steamroll.
I'm a big fan of Giannis having 5 rebounds with 7 minutes left in the second quarter.
Yeah, great call there, because the other thing on offense, and this is smart, Lopez should be out by the 3-point line. Let's bring Ayton out. Let's get Giannis down low. Lopez can shoot better from behind the arc than Giannis. So even with Lopez in the game more than, say, Tyler and Tidal expected on the rundown this morning,
right?
He's still getting the rundowns because Lopez is outside on the offensive end. That's giving him the offensive glass, and then he's just been really aggressive on the defensive glass. So you love to see that.
I think that both of those guys are so much better at rebounding than everybody on that team. Like, once I saw Ayton had 19 rebounds in the first game, and Giannis still grabbed 17 easily, I was like, they're going to hang 11 and a half? I mean, how does he not get over 11 and a half?
Yeah.
Yeah. I pounded that. I saw I could use that.
Viral, I'm going to warm up the hat for you. You really don't think Milwaukee's going to win Game 3 in Milwaukee? You don't think they're going to bounce back down 2-0?
Viral's calling shots, Fred.
Yeah. So, but we might do a combination. I'll do a Travis Mangone steak on a plate with no veggies, no potatoes, no nothing. Just steak, maybe a little bit of butter. Viral, are you the guy? Are you the Suns and 4 guy? Are you out there beating up Nuggets fans, Viral?
Viral, I know one person at Run Pure Bets that agrees with that Suns and 4 take.
Yeah, Mr. Tyler. Although he's been nice to me. He says he thinks it'll be 5, that they'll get 1.
How kind.
Yeah, I thought it was nice of him too. Gavin, are you still with us? All right, awesome.
Yeah, I'm here. I just got the sounds of LA going out there that not everybody's going to want to listen to. So I just periodically muting over here.
Oh, okay. What are those sounds of LA that you're referring to? Because whether or not you're on the east side or west side, they're quite different.
Do you hear this siren right there?
Oh, okay. So that's more of the sounds of east side LA.
Santa Monica, I don't know if people are the worst thing that happens here is a heart attack from eating too well.
Yeah, Santa Monica is absolutely beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a bum stab one another, something like that,
But what I was going to ask you is Isaiah Mobley's returning to USC. What did you think of that?
He is. It's hard to articulate how materially different of a player he is than his younger brother.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he even thought that he was going to flirt with an NBA invite, much less an actual roster spot by the time that cuts came around, was quite hilarious and entertaining. So it's good that he came to his senses.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, and I don't think we've talked about it on the show. I think that this new rule, what's it called, NIL, name, image, license.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a boon for college basketball and the NBA in general. I mean, they were saying if Zion was at Duke, that there's no way he would have gone out of 1 year. He would have been making so much money. So I want to see these guys. Okay, for the top 5 guys like the Zion Williamsons, let's come out early. But all these other prospects, that aren't getting better till the 5th year, like Lonzo Ball. Lonzo Ball could have used another couple of years at UCLA.
Oh, at least, yeah. Hunter Dickinson, the Michigan center, came back this year, withdrew from the NBA draft, citing NIL as the reason.
Yeah, a couple guys have. Another the Ohio State power forward as well. He said, "Hey, I wasn't sure what my draft position was. I can get paid this year no matter what, and all I can really do is improve my draft position." I think it's going to be fantastic for the NBA. Now we know for the NFL, it doesn't really matter that much because the law is there, and rightfully so, right? I don't want my 18-year-old getting tackled by Ray Lewis.
Yeah.
But for the NBA, it was a lot harder to keep these kids out, especially the top players. But now, with the financial incentive to stay, I want to see it like when I was a kid, when you'd watch a good Final Four run and they had some freshmen and sophomores on them, you said, I can't wait to watch them next year. Rather than, oh, well, that was fun. Let's go learn a whole bunch of new players in the offseason.
That was fun while it lasted. Take care, guys. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when the Fab Five was a big deal because usually only juniors and seniors got playing time, and now it's like every top team was running 5 freshmen,
They did it before it was trendy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to be mad at improving the quality of college basketball by any means.
Do you agree with me though? Don't you think that more kids will have incentive to stay, especially kids at Duke, Michigan, Texas, these places where the boosters are out of control?
D-League and like, oh my God, dude.
It's just not the same. Like, I watched the G League and it was cool for scouting, but it just doesn't have that same atmosphere as like a Duke, North Carolina, right? A USC, UCLA, a Cal, Stanford, right? A Michigan, Ohio State, right?
Yeah.
So I love it. I mean, college basketball was so fun when I was a kid, and then obviously the quality's just declined so much in the last 20 years. If this is what it takes to turn around, I'll be pretty happy about that. Another one going back, another brother, right? Did you see the Bagley brother going back to Arizona?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing that you have combined with the NIL is this pretty much no sit-out transfer rule. Like, the transfer portal, boom, guys go. They're eligible. All right, let's go play. It's being pretty much waived these last couple of years. So
yeah,
it's going to make it a feeding frenzy for these schools that can really offer players a lot of marketing, like a Kentucky. I mean, Jesus.
And Hefe was in the chat, and he asked right before that play where he actually did what you wanted. And Hefe says, I don't get why they aren't going right back to 8 in this game. He has dominated. No one on the Bucks can really guard him when he's cutting to the basket. Yeah, and that's one thing about being a dominant big man, right, is you still are relying on your guards to get you the ball. And it seems like the Suns do forget him. I mean, there's certain games where he's dropped 28, and he's had, 22 of them in 2 quarters. And 2 quarters where he's absolutely silent. So, something for Monty to look at, Hefe, to agree with you, take advantage of Mr. 22 and 19 in game 1. So, yeah, Otter's talking about the same thing. Here's Ayton at the top. Wow, what's going on there? That's a lot of contact for no Cal. I don't even know what's going on. Let's see. That's kind of tough. I agree with Holiday there, but I'm biased. What's Van Gundy saying? I have it muted.
I think he's saying that's a foul.
That's too easy for Bridges.
I mean, he's good, man.
Yeah.
What do they set his points prop at every night?
I actually didn't check him today. I wasn't sure how much, but my guess is he's usually between 8 and 12. Wow, and that's a shot from Booker. I mean, off the dribble like that, and that's when people refer to like 3-point percentage is how good your shooter you are. You know, like guys like Tucker, they're only Lopez. They only shoot when they're wide open. Booker has the ability to create like that. I think you have to give him credit for that, not just say, "Oh, he's only 35% from three or whatever."
Yeah, if Booker could get one steal in this game, I'm gonna hit that plus 275 prop parlay.
Here we go on another board for Giannis. There, you love to see that, Jay.
Yeah,
he is
you
going
do.
At the rim. He seems a little more explosive this game. So I think we're definitely going to have a good time back in the Bucks on Sunday night. It'll be fun to see how much they flip that line.
I'll tell you what, bro. If they're still opening his rebound prop up at 11.5, that's an auto bet.
What time is your NASCAR show on Sunday?
My NASCAR show is going to be at 3 o'clock, but I'll stay on for the game if you're going to come on after it's over.
Yeah, I'll jump on. And then maybe what we'll do, depending on how the game goes, maybe I'll just jump off at halftime.
Okay.
But I'll come on with you for Sunday night for sure.
What time is it? What is it? 8 o'clock start?
8 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So I'll stay on.
Yeah, we'll stay on, and then we'll do the first half for sure, and then depending on how the game's going. And what a crazy run here. It's Milwaukee, hanging on, and we talk about how well the game's going for them. And Phoenix just busts out this 8-0 run. We talked about before the game how Crowder would probably bounce back. 0 of 8 last game. He's 3 of 5 so far. Hitting those deep shots here. Things have been going right for Milwaukee, and they're still down 8. It's a little discouraging as a Bucks backer, but like we said before, it's a game of runs. Let's see. Hey, Arwado, we're not saying goodnight in the second quarter. Come on, buddy.
Chris says, Keg, do you have one of those things that
Advent calendar?
You pull a piece of paper off every day counting down to the NFL? I don't, because there is entirely too much money to make in NASCAR and UFC leading up to the start of the National Football League season. I mean, we got time. We got 2 months, bro. We got 8 weeks of races, 8 weeks of fights. Have I started all my NFL prep yet? No. I need that 53-man roster first. But you know what we do come football season. You know what we do. I got a lot of units to bank.
Don't you love all the fan bases that are going to fall in love with some, undrafted free agent that, is supposedly going off in mini camp, and he's supposed to be the key to their season, and then he doesn't even make the final 53?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to really be, in the fan bases, but every year it just seems like there's 1 or 2 guys that everybody falls in love with. I can't remember who our guy on the Raiders was 2 years ago. Everybody loved him, and they were so upset when Gruden cut him. And it's because it was when they were still in Oakland, and he was at UC Davis. Maybe someone in the chat. Too bad bigger.
Was it like a tight end? I feel like it was a tight end or something like that.
It was a wide receiver, and I can't remember his name. And he got cut, and then they brought him back after Antonio Brown got cut. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, though.
Believe me, Chris, we're all NFL junkies here, bro. We can't wait until football starts. But trust me, I can't wait. Keg, do the Colts get to 11 wins this year? If fucking Carson Wentz is Carson Wentz, like vintage before he got hurt, Carson Wentz, yeah, easily. But I don't know. I'm not sold on Carson Wentz. Was it just because that Philly team was terrible? Was it because Frank Reich left? there are so many unanswered questions about Carson Wentz. I have to see how he does with the Colts, back with Frank Reich. If he looks like his old self, then yeah, they're alive to hit 11 wins, especially in a 17-game season. 100%. I don't know yet. Now we have Carson Wentz truthers at Rumpier Sports. They might tell you they're going 15-2 this year.
That is quite a hill to die on.
Our guy JJ is just he is a Carson Wentz truther.
Brother, I don't judge because there's a hell of a lot of people that know a lot more about the NFL than I do. But man, that's flying into the face of the sun at this point.
Yeah, he's looked really, really bad.
Don't you love JJ's got his two strongest takes now in the same backfield? Carson Wentz handed off to Jonathan Taylor.
and Jonathan Taylor, I know, right?
Yeah, Ronnie Ryland just joined us. What up?
You know whose boy Jonathan Taylor was at Run Pier that you guys don't even know about?
Who?
That would be one Steve Boynton.
No, really? Jonathan Taylor in real life?
No. There was no bigger Jonathan Taylor truther than Steve Boynton when he came out. He played him probably.
Oh, I thought he was going to be good too. I drafted him in every fantasy league I was in last year.
Oh, Steve played him like 13 of the 16 NFL weeks,
In DFS? He wasn't actually that bad fantasy-wise. You just watched him.
It was just fun for me to make fun of every time Jonathan Taylor sucked to text Steve. But if you ever want to bust his balls, yeah, he was a Jonathan Taylor guy.
Tyler, we are not calling a game in the second quarter. And no, they are not Stone Cold Steve Austin, Tyler.
There's no way Tyler just said that.
he likes talking smack to me.
No,
on opposite sides.
I mean, not as well versed as Tyler is in this fucking league. There's no way he just said that. Jesus Christ, that kid just drains everything in that corner, bro. Giannis, just get your rebounds, bro. And Devin Booker, just get one steal for the boys and get your points. And let's get this plus 275 home.
Chris said Tyler forgot to switch to his burner account. Yeah, Tyler's burner account's at Kevin Durant.
Go ahead, Book. Hit that shot, big boy.
Oh, Holiday just can't get the drop, but he gets the rebound here. Let's see what they do with it. I don't like that shot. I don't hate it. Too bad he can't convert it. Let's see. A minute to go. Up by 8. Once again, they fail to close out these quarters.
Another disappointing half from your boy, Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
7 points.
And he's taking like 12 shots, too. It's not like he's like 7 points on 2 of 3.
14 shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. Yeah, Arawado, he's had a couple just brilliant games. But other than that, he has been pretty bad. Yeah, Arawado, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Otter on the over says, what we are missing is that the Suns are hitting shots. Bucks adjustment was box lane. Don't let CP3 beat you. Now Crowder, Cam Johnson, Bridges all hitting. Bucks are done if this continues. Not necessarily. They got to just start making shots on their own. Okay, you're not going to stop these high powered offenses. You have to convert. the opportunity to get him. I'm sorry, and I saw Giannis on the ground there. I was a little worried, but it looks like he's up and healthy and feeling good. I mean, these are good rotations on defense there. Wow, that was a great defensive possession regardless of what happens. And it ends with 8. And, oh, my gosh. It's got to hurt to play such good defense for so long and you still give it up. Now they're up by 10 going in the half. Oh, man. Tyler, you might be right. Dang it, Tyler.
Yeah, they can't close a quarter to save their life.
Yeah.
Wow, first free throw of the game for Phoenix, huh? Wow.
Yeah. Hefe says I would have let Chris Paul do his thing and D up, shut down everyone else on the team. I mean, they tried that last game. It didn't really work that well, right? I mean, at least. Yeah. Okay, Airwaddle, I agree with you. To play that good defense and give up the end one is rough. That doesn't mean the game's over. A little discouraged, though. A little discouraged, not going to lie.
Gab, you've been looking into MLB, getting ramped up.
Still haven't. Not there yet.
What the fuck are you waiting for over there?
That is a good question. I've kind of been enjoying just the weekly UFC endeavors.
You got no
Yeah,
college?
Gavin, when I switched to NFL, you know, and you go from doing a daily sport to a weekly sport, I mean, it just feels like
Oh, yeah.
to just be able to just, you know, take Monday or Tuesday completely off. Yeah, just so rough how these Bucks are closing the quarters, but you know, they can't close a quarter strong unless unless the Suns are playing well. So rather than harp on them, I'm gonna go ahead and give these Suns credit for really being strong at the end of the quarters, which matters so much more, I think, than people give it credence. So Hefe's answering about the Chris Paul thing. He says, "Don't you think they tried that last game on the fly?" No, I think that was the idea, was that they're going to play their normal defense, and now that they're going to go ahead and switch it up. I mean, you could be right. I mean, I'm not going to say that they did the right thing. Maybe starting fresh with that game plan would have helped. Airwato says, game wouldn't be over if the Bucks could make a shot, but it appears their second and third players can't do that tonight. Right, but we see Middleton have these like 20-point quarters. So Holiday, yes, I think we're right to be down on him. Middleton, I think, could bounce back with ease. I mean, what was the game that we watched, Jay, where his line, he only had like 4 points in half, and his line was like 18.5 for the full game, and he had 20 by the third, just in the third?
Oh, that was
one of the Hawks games. I think it was the game 6.
The last game I think it was the last Thursday's game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only reason why I would say, you know, don't count them out yet. If Middleton gets hot, they're back into it. Coop cashed. Congratulations, Coop. Great call there. Let's just say what we're thinking. This is Otter. Bucks don't have an adjustment to make. They're the Ravens of the NBA. I like that, Otter. I haven't made that connection yet. when things go good, it's really good, and when they go bad, they can't do the little things. Unfortunately, I think Harbaugh is probably better than Budenholzer, but I like that Otter. But hey, let's not get down on. First of all, they're in Phoenix, who had one of the best home records in the league this year. Even if they lose tonight, it's not over. They can go back to Milwaukee and win 2 in a row. Then we got a 3-game series that resets. So it's not over. Yeah, I see Tyler doing a little victory lap in the dance in the chat already. Tyler, are you at work already? Are they wondering why you're dancing around and not working on the line?
Talking about the Baltimore Ravens, that's because they have the worst MVP in recent memory on their team. That's why. Strong take, Spread, I know.
I was thinking it, and then I went through my head. I'm like, actually, it's not. Like, all the MVPs are always really good. Like, I mean, he's not comparable to Aaron Rodgers yet. Yeah, I guess the only real crazy news is, so did you see that match on Tuesday with Rodgers and Koepka and all them?
Could we take a minute, please?
Yes, let's do it.
Did I watch a video where Tom Brady hit a 391-yard drive?
I don't know. I didn't see it. The only thing I took away from that is they asked Rodgers if he was going to come back. He's like, I don't know.
But 400 yards, bro? Or 400 feet? I mean, what? I mean, 94% of the fucking tour isn't hitting it through 400 feet.
Did he really? I didn't watch it.
391 feet, and he put it within like 8 feet of the cup, bro.
Gosh, is that guy not good at anything?
I hate him so much. I have so much hatred. I have so much, like, I can't. It's
Are we
hard.
talking a 130-yard shot within 10 feet of the hole?
Bro, he hit it 391.
Feet or yards?
I don't know, but it said it was probably feet, or I don't know.
No, it's yards. Isn't it yards in golf?
I don't know.
I would hope it's yards, because that's a nice soft little lob wedge within 10 feet of the green. It's got to be 391 yards.
Okay. Well, doesn't that seem a little fucking ridiculous?
Yeah, that's
it's Tom Brady, bro.
Yeah.
Listen, it's hard to hate somebody.
As if God carries the ball himself on that fucking shot. He's just an asshole. I know.
Here's the problem. It's hard to hate somebody that you've never met in your life. But I have so much hatred in my soul for fucking Tom Brady, bro. Like, it's kept me up at night before. I hate him.
Yeah, make sure yards. I would assume it'd be yards.
And again, our guy JJ, fucking Tom Brady and LeBron James fanboy. Like, that's our guy. That's what JJ is. And it's just like, when I think about Tom Brady, it feels like there's a vice grip on my ball bag. Like,
yeah. Some people like investing in Disney and Apple and Amazon, you know.
And some people root for the team above my head. You know what I mean?
And some like the penny stocks.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly. Oh, Tom Brady. And like, and he's got like a supermodel wife and like multiple gorgeous children. Like, it irks my nuts to no end. I fucking hate that guy. And you know what, Spread? You know what the kicker is? I can't even say for sure if Tampa Bay's not going back to the Super Bowl. Like, they might. I didn't think they were last year.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue against them. They were bringing back 22 starters, aren't they?
The one team I could not get a grasp on last year was Tampa Bay, and I think it's because my blind hatred for Tom Brady. So I just shit the bed every time I bet on them or I bet against them. That was the one team that just stuck it right in me every chance they got. Gun to your head spread is Rodgers Green Bay Packers quarterback in week 1?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's all bullshit, to be honest.
I can't wait to see if this game holds. In the game 3, the difference between the first half line and the full game line, right? So usually if, let's say it was Bucks -6, the first half would be -3.5, maybe -4. I can imagine them pulling up a first half -5 on a -6 or something like that because everybody's going to be on Milwaukee next game. I mean, look at these role players like Middleton, 5 of what are they? 5 of what combined? I mean, it's just terrible. I just tweet Middleton and Holiday of 5 for 24. I mean, that's absolutely terrible. Yeah, Airwado just got it. 5 of 24. Their shot chart is just absolutely terrible. The only place that it's above average is that corner 3 that PJ was hitting from. So I don't know. I hope that I hope the Bucks can come back here so this price isn't just ridiculous for game 3.
They can't get swept, can they?
No, I mean, I think they'll get game 3 for sure. They're going to look like a completely different team at home.
I mean, it would.
This is where not having home court really is going to hurt them for the finals.
Would it shock you if it was 2-2 after 4?
No, not at all. That's why when people were saying, "Oh, this is a must-win," I said, "No, it's not." You know, you can't go down 0-2 at home, but you can go down 0-2 on the road.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'll never forget Keg's reaction when the Jets won a game last year. Don't even get me going, Chris. Don't even get me going. I mean, you want to talk about a kick in the nuts. That would have been $14,000. And Trevor Lawrence. Like, not just 14,000, but Trevor Lawrence also.
Oh, what's up with your new quarterback's mom? She's all over Twitter.
She's fuckable. I'll give her that spread. I think the best thing about him is his mom is fuckable. I think that's it. I think that's
you must
where
love Luca then.
I think that's where
mom?
I've seen Luca's mom. She's not bad. Steph's mom's not bad. Like I is it bad that our number 2 draft pick, his attributes stop at his mom is fuckable? That's bad, right? That's usually not what you want to see.
I mean, JJ gave him the Taysom Hill.
Bennett for less than that. Number 1 overall, they drafted him for less than he didn't even have a hot mom. They still drafted him number 1.
Who are you talking about?
Anthony Bennett.
Yeah, that was just terrible, though. That was a really bad draft, though, wasn't it? It's not like they passed on someone really good.
Fucking awful.
Kenny said the best Keg moment was when Arizona threw a Hail Mary and beat the Bills.
Jesus.
And all of a sudden, a Jay was on my screen, and I spit up my beer. Yeah, Jay has been known to go shirtless, And believe it or not, it created a stalker that wants to see what I eat with my okay?
That's my favorite.
That fucking video, Kenny, made me put an internet restraining order on a guy. So I'm not proud of it. Shirtless J equals money. Yeah, that's true. A lot of money. If the shirt's coming off, bro, we're in good shape. Oh, Otter. Oh, Otter. Oh. Oh, Otter. That's funny, though, Otter. But it's disturbing also.
The kind of dirt that these subscribers have on you, Keg, is
Listen,
man.
bro. I'm one of those people that I wear it on my sleeve. You understand?
They got all the skeletons.
Yeah, they do.
You know where all the bodies are buried.
It's on my sleeve. If I'm happy, I'm going to let you know about it. If I'm miserable, I'm going to let you fucking know about it. That's how I roll.
What was the stream I was on where the hat came off? And we had the old mad scientist look.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to see what's underneath here, bro. I mean, it's a fucking nightmare what's underneath here.
Keg, if they have Back to the Future remakes, you are that scientist, 100%.
Hey, PJ Tucker wore the shoes that were based off those shoes in Back to the Future to the game tonight. I guess they made like a limited edition of them like 10 years ago.
Come on.
I almost called them PF Flyers. I can't remember the name of those shoes, but the freaking hoverboard shoes or whatever.
Yeah, it like looked pretty cool. I was like, yeah, if I was rich, I would waste a bunch of money on that too.
Top 3 keg moment: the goat fighting the gorilla in the closet.
Oh my God, Keg!
I mean, bro, I didn't even know what was happening. To be fair, I wasn't even sure what was happening. And the goat is back, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for the goat? He's back.
He's there. All right, that's good. He's breathing.
Yeah, he took a little time off. He's now a Rumpure subscriber again. He's back in the mix.
Yeah, all right, that's fun.
Yeah, we're clappers.
Man, I haven't laughed that hard for all the wrong reasons too. You got all these old moments, Keg, with Twatty and these guys that only the real OG subscribers have the records of.
Bro, Spread and I got moments from like 4 years ago when nobody was watching us.
Spread is relatively reserved, though. Some of these other guys that come on, I can't remember some of the other names that have been thrown around, but those are the moments that seem to be captured in the annals of the Keg Live in-game betting show.
I'll tell you what, though, Spread, since we started Rumpure 11 months ago, we've definitely had a bunch of good moments for Rumpure.
Yeah. Kenny brought up one right now, Twatty in the hot tub.
I mean, the hot tub. What do they call that? What a plot twist.
Yeah.
How do you never the guy was on a video with us 3 days a week for years, and that's the first time we ever find out that he's got a hot tub room in his apartment. It's not even a house. It's an apartment.
Yeah, me and Shirai were always going to this one hotel that had like a hot tub in it, and I was like, I want to get one of these in my house. And we actually looked into it for a little while, but
that is
we just made a little workout room instead.
It's
What's
amazing. The hot tub in the apartment is like the most Big Lebowski shit I've ever heard.
Bro, he had a room dedicated to it with fucking ambiance lights that glowed different colors. Like if Twatty was fucking in that house, it was in the hot tub room, 100%.
I did one show with Twatty, man. He was a legend.
Twatty's great, bro. Twatty's great. Ronnie said Ant falling asleep was funny. Spread, do you remember the time that Anthony just snapped?
Which time?
Where he fucking threw his headphones and flipped out.
No, I wasn't on that one. You guys sent me the video. I can't remember what it was. It was a baseball beat.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was. Yeah. He got mad at an umpire. Do you remember that? Yeah.
But I didn't. I wasn't there for the original one. You guys sent me the clipped up video of it, so we could watch it.
That was the only time I ever really saw Anthony blow a gasket. Up until
every other time it was like a work, like when you would get mad about like politics and stuff.
Up until he didn't want to talk to me anymore.
Yeah,
but like he blew a gasket there. All right,
that was CB Buckner.
Yeah, CB Buckner. Yup. Good old CB Buckner.
Yeah, Airwado's asking about, has Bobby Portis even checked in today? So the issue with Portis is just like Lopez, he's a complete liability in the pick and roll. They were picking on him in the last game. So if you're going to get abused in the pick and roll, you might as well do it with the better rebounder, shooter, and shot blocker rather than Portis. So I'm not surprised that they went away from him here in this game. And Giannis is just giving it everything he's got, as he beats another guy and gets to the rim here. So I know he's not that type of guy, but boy, he's got to be feeling bad about the support that he's been getting from his teammates here tonight.
Johnny Bravo says, what happened to Twatty? He just basically took a step back, and he's still all of our friends. He talks to us all the time. He comes in the YouTube chat. He actually came on the show. I'm going to try to get him to come and hang out with us on Saturday night because he's a big UFC fan. So I'll reach out, see if he's not busy. But Twatty's still around. He just took some time off of being a part of the website. That's all. We all talk to him, though. Twatty's good people. Spread, do the Milwaukee Bucks have a lead at any point in this in the last 23 minutes of this game?
No, I don't think so. I still think they're live to cover, but I don't know if they're going to be able to come back and get to the point where Phoenix will be plus money. All right, here goes Giannis with another rebound. You got to be pretty close to that.
I was just going to say it. You get that rebound, Giannis.
I'll be right back. I got to get some water.
Man, I'm gonna fucking throw up if Booker doesn't get a steal tonight, because this is going to be a guaranteed plus 270 cash as long as he gets a steal. Coop said he's probably tarring his roof on Saturday night. No, that's Sunday afternoon. Definitely not Saturday night. Sunday afternoon, he'll be tarring a roof, though. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to 8 here. I probably got another run in them. That was a 7-0 run here right now. They're going to need to keep this going. I wonder how long Monty goes without calling timeout and lets this run continue. And another board for Giannis. Did we get it yet? Did you look it up?
10.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he might finish with 20. I'm telling you, Spread, every game in the series, I'll be on over 11.5. I can guarantee you that.
It's a big little swing there. The Bucks really had a chance to cut into this lead there. They don't get it on one end, and then they give up a layup. Suns are back up by 10. Here we go. Giannis working against Bridges. That should be too easy, and it is. Let's keep going to that matchup, Milwaukee. I mean, only one team's allowed to hunt switches. Like, let's go. Like, you got matchup advantages too.
The GOAT's in the chat. GOAT. I'll send you a fucking invite right now, you animal.
What's up, Zach?
I love to see the GOAT back. I'm going to really throw up in my mouth if Booker doesn't get a steal, because that'll be the difference between
let's go, Giannis.
A 2-unit night and a 5.5-unit night. Come on, Dev. D up one time. Get me a steal.
There we go, Lopez. And, of course, a wide open three. You got to be kidding me. I mean, they were lucky to get away with that.
How do you leave him that wide open?
Well, because off the block shot, everything goes to heck, and now everybody's just scrambling. Giannis 3. If that goes in, it could be a momentum changer, but of course it doesn't. There we go, Brooke. All right. 7-point game.
I'm a big fan of watching Spread get amped up. get emotional, Spread.
If they really make a run here, you will see it. You definitely will. Crowder passes open to 3. Another block by Lopez. Somebody got called for a foul there, though.
I mean, Spread, how good has Lopez been in the playoffs? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's good. Like, I know Tidal hates him, and I know that it sucks when he gets hunted on the pick and roll like that, but he does so many good things for the team here. Giannis 4 or 5 with 13 points here in the third.
I don't know much about the NBA, but I do know that you got to guard that guy if you plan on winning against the Bucks.
Yeah.
Good ball, Gav.
Really hot take there.
That's
you ready to come on rundown tomorrow morning, Gavin? We need that insight.
You got to pay the big bucks at Run Pier to get the taste like that.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know a lot about basketball, but I know if you want to win, you gotta stop that guy from scoring. Yeah.
That's why I stick to people punch each other in the face.
Hey, bro.
And people hitting the ball with aluminum bats. None of that dead wood.
It's usually the college aspect of it. I like handicapping college way better than pros.
Why is that? Just because of the talent disparities, so it's easier to find an edge?
I just think there's one, it's more thinly traded than all the pro markets, and especially when you pick a basketball that's especially going to be a daily sport, like mid-major college basketball betting is one of my most profitable areas, just because it's like there's no way when there's 120 games on a Saturday slate they can correctly handicap, all of them. So it's easy.
Exactly. And the other thing is they also don't take that much liability. So even if they even if they put a bad line up, they're not really getting hammered that much as long as their Duke North Carolina line is right?
Yeah.
Because that's where all the handle is, right? Is on Michigan, Duke.
The Blue Bloods, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that far off you, though, Gav. Like, I only pre-game handicap 3 sports. Football, UFC, and NASCAR. The only reason why I can make a living betting on these other sports is because of live betting. I can't do what Spread and Tyler do.
Yeah,
betting on
no shot. Yeah,
I can't bet the
game is tough.
Bet the NBA pre-game. Fuck off. I mean, it's hard, man. It's hard. Now, I mean, like Giannis over 11 and a half rebounds, that just seems like an auto bet this whole series. That's why I'm on it. But yeah, I was finally able to make a living betting on sports once I was able to live bet on it and beat the algo because I can't do what these guys do pregame unless it's football or UFC or NASCAR.
Well, the other thing for football is there's so much more wire to wire. It's not like the NBA where, I mean, and this year was actually worse than usual, but usually you can always get a better number live.
Yeah,
whereas football, a lot of times the right team it wins wire to wire.
But you always hear from recreational handicappers. The NFL is the hardest sport to cap because it's got the biggest handle. It squeezes the lines tight. I don't have that problem though. It's the easiest sport of the big four for me to handicap.
Yeah, more information available in the NFL than any other sport. Like college betting, sometimes you can be on the complete right side and some guy is ruled ineligible because he missed class, the day before, so he doesn't play in the first half or something like that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, bro, the UFC is about 3 years away from being in the big four.
Yeah, Dana White made incredible strides during the pandemic, man.
Yeah, they're going to fly past hockey. They probably have already, to be honest. It might be like football, NBA, baseball, and the UFC. That might be the new big four. I think the UFC is bigger than NHL right now in this country, don't you think?
It's hard for me to say. In California it is, but we don't have much hockey here at all. So, Gavin, I grew up without a local hockey team. The Sharks came around when I was in high school, but it's not like I grew up watching it,
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I had the Duck, so I had no, hockey blue blood institution around me by any means. But
right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think baseball is kind of a flailing duck waiting to get passed by something that gets a little more popular and trendy. UFC very well could be that.
And I would think in the United States, the UFC has to be bigger than hockey right now, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
They might already be in the big four.
The only way that it wouldn't is just, like with the amount of transplants that come from out of the United States that are in the United States that could be hockey fans. I don't know. That's the only way that I could see hockey probably being more popular, but maybe I'm just ignorant.
I don't know. It could be our love for MMA that boosts.
We're blinded.
Yeah. It's football, NBA, and then everybody else. I don't know where you put baseball, the UFC.
I would say baseball is still ahead, and I'm just going off terrestrial radio there.
You think baseball's still number 3 spread?
Yeah. I mean, so many people only just follow their local team.
Small markets.
Yeah, but it dominates talk radio, and I know that we're switching over podcasts, but it still, is something. And when you go out, it seems like a lot of people are still talking about their local team. Now here in California, so everybody knows about the A's and the Giants and can tell you most of their roster and their bullpen and their strengths and weaknesses. But then, we don't really know a lot about the Cardinals or the Marlins or things like that. Everyone's just watching their local team. But they still have that kind of bond with the community. So I would say baseball is still probably number 3.
Then I think you can make a real argument whether it's the UFC or hockey at 4.
Yeah, I think that's a good one too. I wish Fight Sports would get off pay-per-view. I don't understand how they can't just make money off being on CBS or something like the NFL.
Well, I mean, they signed a $1.5 billion deal with ESPN, but I guess that's not enough.
I'm just saying, like, how much will the Conor fight draw in this weekend, and how much would like the ad revenue be if it was on ABC or whatever?
They'll do more than 1 million pay-per-view buys at $70 per pay-per-view.
So that's what, 700 million?
Yeah.
The problem when you start talking about the broadcasting spread is
that's for 3 hours spread. 3 hours, 700 million.
A lot of these big corporate sponsors don't really want to get their hands involved with advertising for a UFC event. That's what I think the barrier is from getting to pay-per-view to being something that's broadcast like, a pro sporting event on CBS or NBC or something like that.
Yeah. But I think that's something that they're going to need to try to overcome. And if they're going to try and get into that top 3, right? Because too many people still have the tradition of taking their kids to the game, right? A lot of things, Americans do. Oh, I'm going to take my son to every ballpark. I think that they wouldn't try and attract the families and the communities to really bump up. And I think you got to get off pay-per-view to do that. But I guess you do make a good point with a lot of people not wanting to get involved with the blood and the violence.
I'll be right back, boys.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be another issue as the UFC continues to get more popular. Can they keep their fighters from not going over to celebrity boxing where they get paid more?
God, boxing, that sport is just. When is that thing just going to die finally?
It will never die. It will never die. I remember I've seen articles printed about how boxing is going to die in like 1920. And they're like, "Oh, boxing's over." It will never ever die. It might continue to be niche, but the people who love it love it. Like I actually this week with everything slowing down, right? Like I said, it was the first time I watched AEW in about 3 months. I'm like, hey, start doing these things. And, I actually went through all my NBA podcasts. I said, I'm going to go on some boxing podcasts. I haven't listened to them for months, because I've been doing the daily NBA grind. And I forgot like how much fun the community and the debates are. And, although it's really just debating the same thing for like 3 hours on these podcasts because
you get people dug in on their opinions too.
Yeah, but it just makes it so much fun. I don't think it'll ever go. And like I said, if that Fury Wilder pops off, like I will take my girlfriend to a movie theater and we'll watch it in the theaters and, completely casual, at this point, casual fans. Like I used to be a hardcore boxing head, not anymore, but we'll still have a good time and they'll always be able to rake us in to get us to buy, 2 or 3 events per year, no matter how bad they are with all their matchups and stuff.
Yeah, I'm a sick individual. I would rather watch a couple of shit kickers fighting in England on Cage Warriors than watch, a Canelo fight. I don't know.
So see, I think Canelo's a good fighter. He's an action fighter. I can understand that, especially with like Floyd and some of these safety first fighters. But Canelo's fights, I haven't never felt that we didn't even get our money's worth. And we even went to the one where he knocked out Chavez like super fast, and we went to the theater for that one. Yeah. And we even said, gosh, we had so much fun. The only thing sucked was the main event.
Just something about the UFC where, 4-ounce gloves, like where just any one particular punch could either end the fight or completely change it. And I guess it's somewhat similar to boxing, but boxing's more of kind of it just feels more like scientific in a sense, when you don't have to account for guys shooting takedowns, guys kicking.
Well, yeah, and that's why I thought it was way easier to handicap and why I was handicapping more boxing than MMA, up until 2012, 2013 when Al Heyman came over and just told everyone like, hey guys, why are you fighting top-notch guys for $5 million? I'll give you $2 million to just fight bums. And then now everything's minus 2,000. Yeah. So there's no reason, but it's just so hard, right? Because how many fights do you come up with UFC, right? Where you go, well, if it goes to the ground, this guy will win. If it stays on the feet, this guy will win. You don't have to worry about that. It's just all on the feet. Who's got the better hands? Who's got the better combinations? To me, I actually really enjoyed handicapping it when it was still more competitive, and losing HBO hurt a lot. Like before, you just had an HBO subscription and you would get 1 or 2 good fights a month. Cards, the whole thing.
Yeah, you still get early finishes in boxing and stuff. It's just less frequent. It's got to be a little more perfect. I think what I was referring to was like the fact that the fight entirely takes place from the waist up, right? Versus not only using legs, but then the level changes is something completely different when guys are shooting takedowns and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's like it feels like the fact that the fight is in such more of a confined space, it just has to be more technical and scientific versus I can kick his legs and that takes his front leg away and then I can punch his face off, after that. It's not as easy in that in boxing.
Right. And it's so much. Have you actually like done a little training?
A while ago, I used to do it for really good shoulder workouts in the off season for baseball.
Yeah. So the one thing that you notice is that boxing, the stance is so perfect for boxing, and it's so if you're a great boxer and then you go into an MMA gym and you use a boxing stance, you will get single leg takedown all day, right? Like you can't use that stance that Floyd uses. You know what I'm saying? Because you're leaving yourself wide open. It's just so crazy. The differences in the sports and how even the footwork is so much different.
It's got its diehards though. Yeah, you got a point. It probably doesn't die because of the diehards.
Yeah, and like say in my neighborhood, even if I forget Canelo's fighting, I'll know he's fighting by 5 o'clock because the music will be blaring, the food will be cooking, and there's going to be
smell it in the air by the carne asada that's going in the air.
Yeah, and it sucked because my neighbors moved in during the pandemic, so I couldn't go over there for the first couple. But the next one, I think I'm going to have to head on over and share in some of the festivities that they got going on. Because Canelo, you're right. So I believe he's super popular. I personally am not as interested in him, but he definitely gets everybody going and partying and have a good time. And what a terrible transition play for Giannis. And these guys got to stop going towards the ref, right? You guys need to stop. I mean, they've decided that they're going to call this game very, very loosely. So campaign over there making some faces here. And every time the Bucks make a run, credit to the Suns because they just keep them in that distance. And I agree with Lopez. That's a bad call. Here we go now. Cam Johnson moving to Crowder. Johnson's deadly from 3. Uses the gravity from behind the 3-point line to beat Connaughton off the dribble. And you can't complain about that foul call. I know, Brooke. I know it sucks, but you're going to call for that every single time. The key there, Brooke, is your teammate can't just get beat off the dribble like that. Like, what is he doing? That was a good play by Brooke. He did go straight up. I can see why he's upset, but you put the refs in a tough position. You stop that, right, by not overplaying. Oh, I guess he's been shooting so well for 3 that they do want to sell out, but that's tough. And we'll see a little extra rest there for Giannis's knee as we take 2 days off, come back Sunday, and then the next game isn't until Wednesday. Should be a fun rundown that morning. Hopefully I'll get JSU, Travis, and Title all to join. So it should be a great show for us. We'll definitely get some good debate there. Today, Title and I kind of ganged up on Tyler, but with those 3, I think it'll be 3-on-2 as far as Suns and Bucks backers here. Like one little run, and this could be a super exciting game to close. It's like the Bucks are keeping it close enough that where I can't like just give up on the game and turn it off. But also far enough away where it's kind of hard to imagine them winning outright. It's just
The
playing for
NBA
the cover.
those swings. It's hard to even when you feel like you're down late. Points with 3-4 minutes, you're like, I won't turn it off, and the one time you turn it off will be the one time they win. You know how that works.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm pretty good at turning them off at the right time. Cam Johnson will get an opportunity to play a Miles Bridges role on another team. I mean, they got a good chance to bring him back. Giannis missing free throws. What else is new? All right, guys, let's make a run. Let's make this close. Let's make this exciting. Is that Torrey Craig? Oh, if Torrey Craig's hitting for me in the arc, it's not good. Gav, have you been out to Phoenix?
Oh, many a time.
Is Scottsdale just like one of the most fun places to be, or what?
Scottsdale is one of the best places in it. Maybe the best place in Arizona because of the weather that it gets.
Yeah.
Just being a little bit higher elevation than like Phoenix and Tempe and stuff like that.
Yeah, I went to ASU for a year, so
Yep.
Tempe and Scottsdale were the college grounds. Giannis with another board. Was that the official cash? Did that get you over, Jay?
Keg's about to have a 5.5 unit night, so I haven't paid goddamn attention. What in the
Why did we get a steal?
What?
No, Giannis got another rebound though. Was that the one that put you over?
Oh, let me check. If Giannis goes over 11.5 and Booker goes over 22.5, then I'll pick up 2.5 units either way. But man, if I could just get that one fucking steal. Giannis has 12. Yeah, Spread, let's go, Spread.
There we go.
Put it on the board. Spread, not for nothing. His live number is 15.5. I mean, like he's not going to have 4 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's close enough to where he's going to get the full run.
100%. Put it on board. Let's go. Don't play with my fucking emotions, Devin Booker. Just steal the ball, you mutt. Everybody else in the starting 5 has a steal, except him and Paul. They're hanging around in this game, Spread. They could steal this game.
Yeah. Frank Kaminsky and Jeff Teague minutes right now. So we've hit the depths of the bench.
Giannis is 32. He's doing everything he could do right now.
Yeah, I mean, if Middleton and Holiday just played a little better, I mean, they might be up right now. Regardless, I'm going to smash the Bucks game 3.
Should we take the rebound prop again?
I'm not against it.
How much of the first quarter do you think he plays? When do you think he comes in?
He will come back probably with 9 minutes to go in the fourth. Unless it's getting out of hand.
Fourth.
What's up?
Who's scoring all the points in the fourth? All I have is live point totals. I don't have rebounds. God, I need to move to a state that has DraftKings because this is actually becoming quite problematic.
I mean, the good news is you fucking live in LA. So I mean, it can't be that bad.
Yeah, it's got its ups and downs.
What is the worst part about LA besides traffic?
Taxes.
Okay.
You know what the second highest car insurance rates after Orange County?
I
Essex
assume
County.
New Jersey, if you're asking.
Essex County, New Jersey, where your fucking boy lives. I mean, spread. I hope you're going to put Giannis fucking rebound prop over on the spreadsheet for the next.
Yeah, let's see what they adjusted to.
This is getting crazy. He's good for 16 tonight. Spread, he's got 32. How many points do you think he scores in the fourth?
Like 8 to 10.
His number is 40.5, which would be 9.
Yeah, that seems like it's the right number.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed that one, good buddy. Dude, if you look at these point total prop, like their totals, I mean, he's getting no help at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Holiday has 10. Middleton has 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been terrible.
When Middleton has 9 and PJ Tucker has 7, you're in trouble. Spread, do you think we should go under 15.5 for Middleton? Do you think he's guaranteed to score 7 in the fourth quarter? I mean, he can't hit a fucking barn. He's averaging 3 points per quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to talk myself into it. Him coming back here, but that's a foul on Craig. Come on, guys. What are we doing? We're not setting feet or anything. How could that in any way be a charge?
Who's shaking up?
Torrey Craig, the substitute for. He's really only getting minutes because of Saric, so he's in an interesting spot. So Torrey Craig was actually on the Bucks earlier this year. They cut him to take some salary cap relief, and he signed with Phoenix, so he gets a ring either way.
What do you think about the live total right now, Spread?
What are you seeing?
221.
I like the under. It was my pregame position, so I'll just stick with it. It was so trending under, and then that third quarter was a little out of control, but I think it resembles more of the first half than the third quarter to close the game.
What was the pregame close? 220?
220.5.
Wow, it's right there.
Yeah.
So you still lean under?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, based on what they did in the first and the second quarter, I kind of agree with you. What are my thoughts on the Booker points prop? Well, I bet him on the alternative line in the parlay at 22.5, but his pregame number was 28.5. His number right now, I think, is what, 28.5? I mean, do I think that he's good for 7 to 8 points in the fourth quarter? Yeah, I do. I think he's good for 30 tonight. I think there's a good shot that Chris Paul gets over 24.5 too. He's got 18. I mean, would it shock anybody if Paul gets 7 and Booker gets 8 in the fourth quarter? No,
because I think Paul's going to take a little more.
100%. Both those guys are going to get their shots in this last quarter.
Jay, I see a name in the chat who I haven't talked to for about 6 months.
Yeah, you know why? You know why you see that name, Fred?
Because he's signed back up for football.
Yep, the fucking mutt. I guilted him into it. I said,
What is up, Cheese? How many Josh Allen jerseys do you own now?
I said, where have you been, bro? Talk about falling off the grid after the Buffalo Bills shit the bed. I mean, for fuck's sake. And Spread, let's be honest, Spread. If there's one subscriber that we have that could step into the Thunderdome and take down the 40 boneless in this upcoming football season, it's one man, Spread.
Wasn't Joey practicing for a while?
Joey?
Don't you remember when he said he was practicing?
Joey's got no fucking shot. I would lay Joey 5-1 odds that he couldn't fucking do it. I would lay him 5-1 odds he can do it. He's got no shot. Gavin, you think you could do 40 boneless buffalo wings from B-Dubs in 45 minutes?
I was going to say across 2 weeks or what?
45 minutes.
Dude, my eyeballs are rolling into the back of my head at 10.
Bro, we had one guy get to 32.
I'm comatose by 15, and by 20, I'm needing, some sort of like the shock pads.
I'll tell you what, I ordered 20 just to see how hard it would be, right? I got to 10, and I was like, fuck me, man.
That breading, dude, you got to go fast because it creeps up on you, and you got to beat it.
Spread, I don't think people realize the effort that Cheese Delgado put in to get 32.
I thought he was going to get it. He came out like a champ.
Once he started pouring the bottle of water on his head, Spread?
Yeah, we knew it was a problem.
Yeah, we knew it was over.
I mean, 32 in 45 minutes is not one step short of a heroic effort.
Yeah, 100%. The only thing you could say about it is absolutely heroic effort by Cheese Delgado. Cheese, I have faith in you, bro. I think that some point during the football season, everybody knows they're welcome to step into the Thunderdome every Sunday during football. We're on all day and night. Anybody wants to take the B-Dub challenge, you're welcome to step into the dome. We'll pay for your wings, plus you'll win $100 if you could do it.
I think Derek Weatherly wants to enter.
Dude, I'll throw another 100 in that. 200. Anybody who can do that. Well, what are we even talking about?
Gav, are you going to make an appearance on the Sunday show?
Yeah, because the thing, Keg, is usually the first window of games is usually my hangover rest time.
So you're
hangover recovery, and then by the afternoon games, I'm nice and spunky.
You're good for the 4:00 Eastern game.
Oh yeah.
Oh, let's go!
Come on, Pat. God damn it.
Let's go, Derek. Listen, Derek. You're more than welcome to enter the Thunderdome, buddy. But I'll tell you right now, bro, it sounds nowhere near as hard as it is. You're more than what, Derek. If you want to step into the dome week 1, bro, we'll set it up. You could be the first guy. You got 45 minutes to put down 40 B-dub.
No chance, dude. 40 wings in 45 minutes. I'm giving 500 to that. Like, Steve has my information to hunt me down. It's happening. I swear to on my life. I got to see this happen.
Gavin said he'll throw in another 100. So that means we'll pay for the wings and you'll get 200.
No, I just said 500. You do 40 in 45 minutes, $500. I got to see this happen.
You're putting a nickel up?
A nickel. I just won a nickel on a fucking hot dog eating contest.
All right, there. I mean, hey, okay. So listen. Now you're going to get people to enter.
I'm ready. I want to see this.
Gavin's putting a nickel up. Plus, I'll pay for your wings and another 100 on top. You're getting 600, and you're getting a free meal. 40 boneless B-dubs, 45 minutes. It is an impossible task. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Spread, do you remember when Cheese Delgado said, not only will I do the 40 boneless.
Yeah, he did Hot Pockets too.
I'll eat 2 Hot Pockets too, he said, Gavin.
Brother, 32 is mind-bending. That is an insane amount of wings. It's hard to wrap my head around that, in all honesty.
Derek said, put me down for week 1. Let's go, Derek.
Hold on. Derek, just so we're clear. This is 500 if they actually eat the 40 fucking wings, not just to enter, correct?
Correct. They have
just
to.
So I'm not getting drawn into some,
No. They have to put down 40 boneless B-dub in 45 minutes on camera on the show.
500. I've made way worse $500 investment in my life.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. If they lose, you're not getting paid 500.
$40 wings. Fuck, I might pay for people's wings. One person a weekend. Let's just do this. Like,
well, no, yeah, Rumpure's paying for their wings every week.
NASCAR is paying for their wings for the next year.
The fucking cajillion units I made in
Damn.
NASCAR.
Did you see that block?
I did not, Spread.
Wow, we got ourselves a game, guys.
Let's go, Spread. Yeah, no, the cajillion units I made in NASCAR, the Rumpure Bets is paying for their wings every week, whatever it costs. And then basically they're getting a free lunch. And if they could actually do it, then they're getting paid.
I have to see this done.
I mean, how about fucking Gavin saying, I'll put a fucking nickel down. There is no Run Pure subscriber that has a fucking prayer. And I got to tell you, Cheese Delgado's cut from a different cloth, bro. Like, I'll tell you right now, he is cut from a different cloth. And he couldn't do it. Bro, listen, graphics get made. Like, wait till you see the graphics. Let me pull up the Cheese Delgado Thunderdome graphic. I got it. I got it on the computer right now.
Holiday? Oh my God, this guy just can't convert.
I hate to be ruining Spread's game, but I'm
no, it's fine. Yeah, I'll just jump in.
Look, Gav, when they enter the Thunderdome, this is what happens. Boom.
Yes.
Yeah. Nickname, favorite color, favorite movie.
Bill's blue.
Yeah. Look at that's a picture of Cheese Delgado with Beetlejuice. You see Beetlejuice?
Cheese Delgado, that is a large individual, and if he only got to 32, pouring wine on his head, being all in and some,
I'll tell you right now, Cheese
nobody is nipping 30, much less 40.
Cheese is like a defensive lineman, bro, and he couldn't come close. Bro, Twatty did 14 and quit. 14. Oh my God, I can't wait.
Wings, I need CPR, dude. I don't know.
I can't wait for football season, bro. The Thunderdome,
even greater enjoyments of my Sundays.
The Thunderdome is back, Spread.
Dude, I want music
Derek
like,
Weatherly.
for the Thunderdome. I mean, we got to get some like 80s porn music just kind of in the background, lightly going.
100%. Listen, we're gonna make a production out of it because nobody is gonna do it all year. Nobody is gonna do it. Derek said, "I'm coming on at 180 pounds, looking like Joey Chestnut."
Wow.
Okay. Matt Stoney would kill that. Yeah. Matt Stoney is also a professional eater that makes weekly YouTube videos eating an unimaginable amount of food every week. We're talking about Joe Schmo Run Pure subscribers, bro. It's a completely different world. I'm bigger than Cheese Delgado, okay? And I got like 20 in, and I wanted to throw up. And you only have 40 minutes, bro. That means you got to put down a wing a minute? Good fucking luck.
And every minute that ticks on the back end of that 45 minutes, man, that breading is only expanding in your gut. It is not going to be a fun trip down the home stretch.
Gab, you know what the best?
Pay $500 to see it happen.
Gab, you know what the best part is? Is that while we're live betting and making money, there is somebody on camera that starts to get the meat sweats, and like 25 minutes in, starts absolutely dying. They're like, I don't know what I got myself into. There's no fucking way possible that this is getting done ever. And meanwhile, we're over here like, put it on the board. Cash the Falcons team total over 27.5. And the guys sweating, pouring fucking water over their heads to cool themselves down. I mean, it is a sight. When you enter the Thunderdome, when we got fucking NFL bets flying around all day, it's a sight, bro. It's a sight. Nobody's touching it. There's nobody out there that could do it. So. BMB Sportsbook said, eating edible in 40 is easy. Well, then step into the fucking Thunderdome, bro.
There's $600 and a free 40 wings for you if you can do it.
Yeah, $600 and a free lunch. Step into the dome. Other than that, I don't want to hear your mouth. The only guy that I'm concerned with is Derek Weatherly that said, you know what, Keg? I'm fucking in, bro.
Week one, I got it.
Week one, I'm there with my fucking balls on the table. Okay? That's all. That's it. Everything else is just noise. If anybody wants to sign up for week 2, all you got to do is DM me. Put me down for week 2, Keg. Put me down for week 3. Now I want to see Cheese Delgado take another shot. That like Cheese Delgado against the Wings was like Frazier against Joe Louis.
Did you see Cheese's most recent comment?
No, what'd he say?
He said, I'll come in, not at 1 p.m. I'm prime time now.
Yeah, what did I just say? I said Cheese Delgado against the Wings is like Frazier Joe Louis. Yeah. 100%.
Any human who can eat 32 wings in 40 minutes, I will show up at the time that they accordingly choose.
Even if it's like 2 a.m.
Yep, so be it. That's better than English soccer at 2 a.m.
So what Cheese Delgado is saying basically is, I'm not a Sunday matinee guy. You want me? I'm on a Monday night football game. I'm on a Thursday night football game, or I'm on a Sunday night football game. That's what Cheese is saying. Cheese.
All those times, I have an earlier start time to the game than all you, so I will be there. Need not worry.
Cheese. Do you want week 2 Sunday night football? Because I'll put it in my fucking calendar right now. Connor Butler said, I call week 18. Oh, Connor wants to come in swinging from the top rope. He wants to be the last guy in the season.
He wants to train for it.
Yeah, he wants to train for it. Yep. You hear how excited I am talking about a wing contest?
There's the NBA Finals going on. We spent the last 10 minutes talking about whether someone can eat 40 wings.
That's fine because it's distracting me from all the opportunities that the Bucks are blowing here to not only win the game, but to at least cover. Good block there. We got Giannis in transition against Booker. Oh, that was good defense by Booker. At least do it. Come on, Pat.
Gav, that's what makes it. Forget about the units. Forget about the money you make. That's what makes this show so good. We're sitting here talking about a B-Dub challenge, and it's game 2 of the NBA Finals with 5 minutes to go. Yeah. And by the way, Booker still doesn't have a steal. Everybody in the starting 5 but Booker has a steal, which makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Just saying.
Yeah, they put him over there on the corner on Tucker to rest there, so he's not getting very many opportunities. Well, that was a nice shot by Giannis. I mean, we're definitely in covering distance here.
Definitely. What do you mean? You're covering now, aren't you pushing?
No, it's plus. Well, I have 103.97 on my screen.
Wait a minute. I mean, I can't. Joey said, imagine this guy in the Discord said, I had the Indian money line, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but first 5s are for pussies. I mean, like, that guy shouldn't even be able to be a Run Pure Bet subscriber. That comment is so fucking dumb that you shouldn't even be allowed to reap the benefits of this website. I mean, I'll tell you what, bro. If I was in the Discord 24 hours a day, I'd A, have a heart attack, or B, I would have tapped out.
Pat Connaughton, man, just a complete no-show today. Andy Gardner says a lot of people are just using the Discord as a $60 a month therapy.
Yeah, you know what? You're right, Andrew. But it's like, I mean, we're up 80 something units in 10 months. Just shut the fuck up and get paid. People frustrate me.
This game has been frustrating. Like every time they get close, the Suns just push right back.
Yeah, Joey, you're a pussy, Joey. Know what I mean? You are just a gigantic vagina.
Joey, since you're in the chat now, have you been training for Wild Wings or what?
Yeah, Joe, are we gonna see a Joey work B-Dub in the Thunderdome at some point during the NFL year? Like you have a lot of months to train for it. Gavin's giving away fucking $500 grand prizes.
Now, I know that doesn't get Joey excited. Facial appearance by me, Joey does 40 wings in 45 minutes.
Joey said, yeah, I'm ready this year for the Thunderdome 100%. Let's go. We might have to save Joey for the NFL playoffs. Joey's big time. So we might have to put Joey aside for the NFL playoff Thunderdome. You know what I mean? Joey's the main event. Let's be honest. Joey's the main event. You know what I mean? Cheese Delgado said, play me in the show, you pussy. Cheese, you are so confrontational. Derek said, I'm chasing a 6-1 winning wing bet on myself. That's worth the sub alone. Derek, you know the deal, bro. We have fun and we make money here, bro. That's what we do. When we're not being pussies and betting first fives. I can't even step into the Thunderdome because my showing would be so pathetic that I couldn't even show my face in the Thunderdome. Poor Spread. Spread's been like keto for like 100 years. Spread might die on camera with all that breading.
Yeah, it would not be good.
Yeah, Spread couldn't do it.
You can eat that many wings in that short of time. I'm going to figure out a way for you to do a YouTube channel or a TV show. You're a specimen. I have to see this happen.
Listen, bro, mark my words. I'm so confident that it doesn't happen that I might pay you the $500 if one of our subscribers takes your money.
No. Come on. It'll happen. And maybe it happens once. Maybe somebody has the intestinal fortitude to stomach 40 boneless wings. Maybe somebody does. Okay,
you're saying
17 weeks of that, $500. Boy, that's easy investment. No question.
You're saying if all the moons and suns line together, and that one guy steps into the Thunderdome and gets it done, it's worth it, right?
I'll be cheering for everybody to do it. Like, who am I kidding?
You know what, bro? You know what? I'm so competitive, bro, that anybody that stepped into the Thunderdome, I dogged the shit out of them for 40 minutes straight.
Oh, I'll cheer you in for the most part, but I also am going to laugh towards the end once it starts getting literally sweaty.
I mean, I think I was calling Cheese a bum. I mean, I was going in on Cheese. I was like, you can't do it. There's no way, bro. I'm going to lose that. I'm going to make money tonight, but I'm going to lose that plus 270 parlay because Devin Booker couldn't get a steal.
The only thing he can steal is a cancerous Jenner chick.
Did you see her tweet?
Wait, what?
No, I try to stay the hell off Twitter for my own sanity.
Is Booker with a Jenner?
Yeah, and she tweeted, I'll give you a baby if you win a championship.
Wait.
Jesus.
Settle it down, boys. Which
Jenner women have given babies for less than a championship.
Booker's with the model, like the actual pretty one, not the big lipped fucking bubble.
I don't know which is which, but he's with Kendall. I know that. Only because I saw the tweet earlier.
Yeah, that's the
that I'll give you a baby. And then they're like, Booker's going to. Now Pat Connaughton shows up. I mean, I guess it's not too late to cover, but come on, guys.
Kendall is just the one that's naturally beautiful and was the top paid model in the United States in like 2020 and 2019. Not the one that's trying to look like Kim Kardashian. Good for you, Devin. How about, listen, we're clappers. How about a round of applause for Devin Booker smashing Kendall Jenner?
Dude, I don't know. I've seen men go down deep, dark paths after getting attached to them Jenner chicks.
Yeah, but
but Lamar Odom knocked out that little dude.
Bro, none of them had the game of fucking Devin Booker. Let's be honest. It was the white guy from the fucking Nets that Kim Kardashian married.
Chris Humphries.
Yeah. I mean, what a fucking blowjob that guy was. And then Lamar Odom, who was like the fifth guy on a championship team.
Hey, easy on Lamar. I love Lamar Odom growing up. That was my Lakers team in those early 2000s.
Okay. He was the fifth best option on that team. Settle down.
Well, when you're one of the best teams of all time, that's what happens.
Devin Booker is a primetime player, bro.
Yeah, Lamar Odom still woke up smoking crack in a hooker den, so we'll see how Devin Booker pans out.
I'll tell you what, you would too if you were fucking the ugliest Kardashian on earth.
The one that looked like OJ.
Yeah, I mean, come on, what are we even talking about here? Spread, I think you're a 3-ball right now from Milwaukee. It's a 7-point game. I mean, you're live, Spread.
Yeah, I'm live. It's a little disappointing. No one else showed up besides Giannis.
I mean,
we talked about it today. Holiday needed to bounce back for this to happen, and boy, I mean, just 126 million, 5 first-round picks or whatever they ever gave up for these type of performances is just rough. Holiday's sitting at 17 right now, 7 of 21 shooting. Lopez only 4 of 10. Giannis is sitting here with 38. I mean, Middleton's only got 11 on 5 of 16 and 1 of 6 from behind the arc. I mean,
Spread, Chad Umbarger wants you to know that he can't help but watch you sweat and feel for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chad.
I'd like to go on record by saying that I've done, I don't know, 1,000 live shows over the last 4 years. I've never seen that name in my YouTube chat ever.
I've seen Chad before. I think Chad's been in the hung out with the Rundowns with us.
Clearly, Chad's a fan of you and not me.
Yeah, he's an NBA fan.
Yeah. Ronnie Lofton said, looks like OJ. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know what Gavin was trying to do there.
Because the rumor was that Chloe was actually OJ's daughter and not Robert's daughter, if I remember right.
I can get down with that.
You ever seen her compared to the others? I don't know. My thought process in life is if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it sure as hell ain't a mongoose, you know?
Bro, how about the oldest Kardashians, her baby daddy, Scott Disick?
Mm-hmm.
He's going out with Hank Hamlin and Lisa Rinna's 20-year-old daughter, Amelia Hamlin, who is just fire, bro. And he's like 40 years old. I mean,
coming off the back of Sophia Richie. So say what you want about Scott himself. I'll tell you what, there's worse ways to go than 2 hard 20-year-old 10s when you're 40 post-divorce.
Chad said bullseye. Chad, I mean, settle down. Right. Settle down.
Gavin, have you ever read the stories about?
You look dumb, but settle down.
Robert was hooking up with Priscilla Presley back in the day?
Oh, I don't know that much. That's literally like 10 minutes from my place. You're just like embedded with it. You have no choice. So I have some of the periphery, but not down to that detail.
How about this, bro? After I realized who he was fucking post old Kardashian, I did a deep dive into his financials, and I actually did it today, which is why it's so fresh in my mind. Do you know that guy's worth $45 million?
That's what happens when you. So you can end up in a hooker den smoking crack like Lamar Odom, but you get a hell of a lot of alimony, especially when you got as many kids as he does with her.
I mean, for fuck's sake. 45.
Keg, you remember Jordan Cameron, the tight end for the Browns for a while? Who else did he play for? The Dolphins, I think. That name ring a bell, Keg? Jordan Cameron?
I would have to look it up. Spread, does Jordan Cameron sound familiar to you?
Sounds familiar, but I if you ask me to talk about him off the top of my head, I couldn't.
His sister was a volleyball player at USC and has a kid from Matt Leinart and a kid from Blake Griffin and gets $250K
Browns and Dolphins
a month in alimony. Just nice.
Oh, how about this? How about this? Kylie Jenner, the fake one. Her makeup line, right? She makes $19,000 an hour, $450,000 a day from her Kylie makeup line. All from a fucking E-Entertainment reality show. Like nobody even watched E-Entertainment before Talk Soup and the Kardashians.
All because of Kim's sex tape. Who are we kidding? Fuck the reality show. Nobody knew who they were until Kim's sex tape.
That little girl's making $454,000 a day. I mean, fuck me.
That family just has ungodly money. It's not even.
Forbes did they did a deep dive into the three sisters, the two little sisters, and the mom. $2.5 billion they're worth. That Kardashian family. $2.5 billion. I'm out here doing live video content. I'm out here like getting like schmucks in my YouTube chat, right? Just drilling live YouTube content. I'm sweating a dime a game to fucking pay the bills. And that girl made $454,000 from when she woke up yesterday to when she woke up this morning. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
All right, guys. Well, rough game for Milwaukee, but we'll be back Sunday night. I'll jump on at some point during your NASCAR show, Jay.
All right, brother.
No rundown until then. We'll try and enjoy the Wimbledon final. And boy, what a terrible! Giannis drops 42, and this team doesn't help him at all.
Yeah, that cover was easily in reach tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if any of those guys even showed up and play half of what they're worth, but we'll look into it. I'll probably rewatch it at least one more time before. I think I get better analysis rewatching it when I already know who won and lost. So I'll rewatch it before the game on Sunday, and we'll be back and we'll bounce back and we'll get that one. So I will catch you then, Gavin. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Yeah, Sprague. Good to see you. Talk
All right,
soon.
Jay. I'll see you Sunday.
All right, Spread. I'll talk to you on Sunday. Fucking Kardashians, bro.
You know what time it is, man.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I want it to be that time. It's a tough card, bro.
Yeah, and I don't really have a whole lot of takes except for a couple of fights, really.
I mean, listen, 3 of the 3 plays that are on the spreadsheet right now are 3 plays that you and I kind of like. I know you're not on Burns, but I might hedge off that anyway, to be honest.
I'm definitely going to bet Burns via round 1 TKO plus 1,100. In fact, I'd probably do that right now just for a little pizza money. You got to at least get that.
You know what will bother me is if I hedge off of him and he does exactly what I thought he would do as to why I bet it in the first place, and I cost myself a winning bet. That will annoy me. But I don't know. Do you think he can get him down?
Can he? Yeah, he can for sure. Now, will he?
Do you think he's going to just try to? He can't possibly. Like, at what point? This is the thing that bothers me about Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. I watched his last 8 fights this week 2 times. Nobody gets inside. They all let Jeff Neal look like a total fucking schmuck.
He just ran him around the cage, chasing him the entire time.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about.
We're talking about way different volume and stopping power than Jeff Neal. And we're talking Burns. The thing is, the one thing that Burns does have for him, dude, is so he has that Michael Chandler aspect of he throws or when he crashes, he doesn't even necessarily need to be in the pocket really to throw dangerous stopping power strikes with his fist because of the way that he crashes and throws lunging straights.
Yeah, but he does not have heavier hands than Jeff Neal.
Dude, I haven't seen Jeff Neal he's looked super unimpressive. Like, yeah, okay, I don't know, man. Burns has been when he wobbled Usman, like, you know, you got to have as good a hands as pretty much anybody in that division.
We had that conversation last week. I agree. Like, what's the narrative if when he dropped him in that first round, he doesn't slip and fall and he jumps right on top of him? What are the odds then? Burns minus 200 instead of plus 130? I don't know, bro. This fight's got me in a pickle. I don't second guess myself often. Like, when I make a bet, that's my bet. I'm kind of like, half of me is like, bro, you snap betted at that price for a reason. So just whatever happens, ride it. And the other half of me is like, man, if he doesn't get that takedown, he is fucked. Because let's be honest, who has shown you to be an equal striker to Wonderboy?
You're not going to beat him in a striking decision. It's just not going to happen, period.
And he's too good at defense to get knocked out, bro. Fucking Woodley dropped him twice, right? Has anybody ever dropped him besides that?
The reason he doesn't get dropped is that footwork, man. He has that Rose like footwork, the way that he just bounces around the cage. It's unreal. That
side check calf kick where he keeps his distance. So that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that Gilbert Burns needs to get him to the ground in order to either A, take rounds or catch him in a submission. I don't know if he could do it. I don't know. I might just let my bet ride solely based on value. And if it loses, I'll take the L. I'm up 63 units. It's not a big deal. But, man, I don't know. What did you bet that fight?
No. I just – it's where I got to was debating the value versus, okay, do I really think this is the guy that's going to win the fight, kind of cash the ticket. And I just felt too up in the air to bet either side of it. But I'm going to have that Gilbert Burns round 1. I'm looking for right now, the TKO at 1,100. So I'll be in.
I'll tell you what, if that happens, that's a huge upset.
The
Wonderboy lets him get knocked out by a striker that's 3 levels below him in the first round. That is a huge underdog price.
My thing is like Wonderboy is a guy that, you know, he's very much a rhythm and flow based, obvious kickboxing fighter. So if somebody is going to catch him, I got to imagine it's going to have to be early when Burns still has full zip on his shots.
But isn't Wonderboy always cognizant of getting hurt? Like, he will defer to avoid damage before anything.
He escapes as good as anybody. It's the reason why, part of the reason why he is almost getting better with age. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy to see most guys at his age still at the same level that he was, previously, and he's only getting better, man. It's unreal.
I agree. I don't know, man. I don't know. I've been going back and forth, but I have a play on the spreadsheet on Burns. I'm not gonna give out the play that we're on in the Jessica Jennifer Maya fight because this is a public show. But I agree with you. I watched the tape on that fight, and I pretty much made the same bet. I know you were talking about possibly hedging off just to cover yourself, but I didn't. I feel pretty good about that one.
Yeah.
I think you were dead on the money there in that.
I haven't done it, and yeah, I just every time I look back at her last two fights since the big KO, it hasn't been the same.
And then it's a public show. Not going to give out the bet on the Michelle Pereira Nico Price fight, but we already know what we're on there. Subscribers know. And then the one play that you and I both liked and gave out on a public forum was the over 1.5 rounds in the McGregor Poirier fight. I hope you bet it at minus 135 when we did 3 weeks ago, because now it's minus 190 in some spots, and it's entirely unbettable. I didn't even put it on the sheet. What if people watched us and when we talked about it and bet it, great. If you missed the number, oh well, watch the live show. What do you think about the Omari Akhmedov Brad Tavares fight? I think that Brad Tavares is the right side. I just don't think I want to lay minus 170 with Brad Tavares, but if gun to my head, I had to pick a guy, I would pick Brad Tavares to win that fight. I think his hands are too good.
Yeah, I think Akhmedov's only path to victory is going to be a decision. He's basically a decision-based fighter. I think Tavares has a little bit more spark in his hands. Akhmedov can crack too, man. He's got some heat in his hands as well. The thing that I look at in the fight is this under 2.5. Like, I know Akhmedov is a decision guy, but dude, these are some big boys who both throw heavy and are okay exchanging and are both relatively susceptible and have been, knocked out in the past. So
let me tell you why I can't back Omari Akhmedov in this fight against a guy like Brad Tavares. Because Omari Akhmedov, you could make the argument that he lost that Chris Weidman fight. He might have lost that Chris Weidman fight because Weidman laid on top of him in the third round. Akhmedov had no gas at all in the tank, could not do anything in that third round. I think Brad Tavares has cardio, and he hits like a fucking truck. I think that Brad Tavares is the right side there. 100%.
I agree, the right side. So my debate would be: do you take the two bets the one of the two that I would make on this, because I looked at this in pretty good detail, would be the Tavares decision line, where you still get a little bit of plus money. If you think that Akhmedov is able to withstand it, and if not, I don't hate that under 2.5. I've just been staring at that like it just feels off. It feels like a flyweight over under, pretty much.
I think that Akhmedov is a hard guy to put away. So that Brad Tavares TKO
Tavares is a tough SOB too. So That's why you're getting the 200. But man, something just tells me that thing ends.
Tavares is plus 375 to win by knockout. But like I said, Akhmedov he's a tough guy to put away. So my gut says that it's probably a Tavares decision at plus 130. Gun to my head, if I had to guess. I mean, could he drop Akhmedov? I guess, but Akhmedov's pretty durable.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to look at that. If you bet it, you're probably on the right track. And plus 130, you're trying to get plus 200. That's kind of maybe just getting a little bit greedy. Just take the plus money, and probably the best single bet you can make on the fight.
Yeah, I agree. If I was going to bet it, Tavares by decision at plus 130, just because Akhmedov has proven himself to be pretty durable, right? I don't really have an opinion on the Shumagulov Jerome Rivera fight. I know that I was talking to Joey earlier in the week, and he had said that he kind of liked Jerome Rivera. To be honest, I didn't even look at the fight. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't look at the Amadovsky fight either. I just
completely X'd off.
I pretty much started my prep at Akhmedov Tavares.
I know that Rivera is chinny for that weight class, and he has been knocked out in the past. But Zalmagulov typically isn't the guy to do that. I was thinking maybe that under 2.5. But then like at the same token, I'd rather bet a 185-pound fight, at plus 200 under 2.5 than this one.
But I'll tell you what, bro, Zhumagulov. I don't think that Zhumagulov has looked like the kind of guy that should be minus 350 against anybody.
Yeah, poor man's Rachmanov.
Yeah, I haven't been impressed with him. So I could never lay minus 350 on him, ever.
Nope.
So I think Joey was probably, I'm not sure. I think Joey said that he kind of leaned towards Jerome Rivera. But yeah, I could never bet on Zhumagulov at minus 350. Fuck that guy. Yeah, we have our opinions in the Maya fight. Driscus Duplessis against Trevin Giles.
Bet the under. I don't know what the hell to make of this. Like,
I kind of lean towards Driscus Duplessis at the price over Trevin Giles. Now, am I going to bet it? No, but I haven't really been impressed with Trevin Giles. To be honest,
he has horrible fight IQ. Just the decisions that he makes within the ring at different points of the fight, you're just like, what? He's impossible to bet on.
I also think that the Duplessis round 2 or round 3 submission prop is probably live in that fight.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I didn't even think of that, but
yeah, like either I lean towards him or I lean towards him in round 2 or 3 by sub. But I think it's pretty much a pass. What do you think about the Ryan Hall Topuria fight? I kind of lean towards Topuria, but I just can't lay minus 250.
Yeah, it feels like a Topuria lay and pray fight. Maybe it's a little wide. Like, Ryan Hall's kind of live as an underdog, somewhat, regardless. And Topuria's
long layoff,
not super inspiring. I don't know. It just feels like this thing has lay and pray all over it.
Yeah, we have our opinions on the Pereira Price fight. Carlos Condit, Max Griffin. I kind of lean towards the dog at plus 165. I've never really been. Listen, Carlos Condit is old as fuck, and he's just about at the end. But I don't think I have been impressed with Max Griffin enough to lay a number like that on him against somebody that's as experienced as Carlos Condit. Am I gonna bet the fight? Probably not. But plus 160, I think I would lean the dog. What do you think about that?
Dog or pass in a relatively low volume, greasy, striking based decision with maybe a takedown mixed in once around. And I'd rather just be holding the dog ticket if that's going to be the case.
Carlos Condit by decision is plus 300. What do you think about that?
I'm actually kind of interested. A hell of a lot more interested than just betting him at 160 because I have a hard time seeing him stopping Max Griffin.
I do too. Joey, are you in the chat? What do you think about this Max Griffin Carlos Condit fight, Joe? My only worry is Carlos Condit is fucking so old, bro.
Yeah.
But I mean, plus 300 by decision. I don't think that's the worst bet.
I'm going to think on that one. That's not bad.
Sean O'Malley against a fucking tomato can.
All right, hear tomato cans like that, guy. Come on.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
I know where you're going with this. Go ahead. Give me the spiel.
He's a minus 1,000 favorite, okay? I watched tape from this Chris Matino kid. Is he good? No. He's a fucking tomato can, okay? However, a minus 1,000 favorite should not be plus 500 to go to decision. Is there any way that this fucking bum could just hang on for 15 minutes to get to a dominating 30-26 losing decision on Sean O'Malley at plus 500 by decision? That, like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, I'm kind of intrigued by that.
It's hard to argue because you have essentially the guaranteed side outside of Sean O'Malley breaking his fucking ankle or his perennial nerve or wherever the hell that was.
Or getting knocked out.
Boy, if he gets knocked out by...
It's over. Yeah. It's like, listen, bro, it's over. If he loses this fight, it's over. It's over for him. But all I'm saying is a minus $1,000 favorite should not be plus a nickel to win by decision. So if the kid that he is fighting has intestinal fortitude and what our guy Randy Couture used to say, an imposing will to win, if he could just last for 3 rounds, plus 500 on O'Malley by decision intrigues me. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably going to put money on it.
So think about it this way. You can bet plus 500 on Mutino himself to win the fight. Or you can bet Sean O'Malley plus 500 to win by decision.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's my point. Exactly. Listen, if he knocks him out in the first round, okay, so be it. But if that kid is somehow tough enough to take a Sean O'Malley ass beating for 15 minutes, it's a joke that we were able to get O'Malley at plus 500 by decision.
And when we've seen O'Malley against these cans, it's been more of getting guys with kind of setting them up and hitting them with a one big shot. The Eddie Wineland setup, like versus being kind of a Holloway or a Dustin Poirier accumulation, volume-based, overwhelming, late-stage finisher, So I think if you get maybe this over 1.5 plus 160 ain't that bad either.
Is that what the line is?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, bro. I think I like that just as much. I mean, come on, bro. Like, could we all take a step back? Could we all take a step back in the fucking... I know we're all living in Sean O'Malley's world here, okay? But could we take a step back? Who the fuck has Sean O'Malley beat? Or what has he done in this sport to be a minus 1,000 favorite against anybody, and nobody could last 7 minutes with him? So much so that the guy is plus 160? I mean, bro, it's not Conor McGregor coming off of fucking his Dennis Seaver knockout at UFC Boston. I mean, could we settle down on Sean O'Malley? Like, he beat Andre Sukumtat. What does that mean? What does that mean? Bro, I'm betting that right now.
I want someone to clip that last minute spiel right there.
I'm betting that. I'm telling you right now. I'm betting that right now. I'm gonna bet that this fucking tomato can could just jump around for 7 minutes.
Fuck it, man. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm betting that right now. 100%. I'm betting that right now. Fucking, who the fuck is Sean O'Malley? I mean, come on, bro. I understand the UFC hype train. I get it. You know what? Maria Agapova was on that hype train too, until fucking Sarge Eubanks dropped her on her head 40 fucking times, and she lost as a minus 1,100 favorite. Like, can we settle down?
Oh. It wasn't even Sarge. It was Shayna Dobson. Right? Dobson, I'm pretty sure. But talk about a tomato can.
I thought it was Sajara Eubanks. Was it Shayna Dobson?
Pretty sure.
I don't know. They fucking look the same. Whatever.
But yeah, like, one of these guys, he knocks out Eddie Wineland, a guy who has a ton of miles on him, who, big shot, that guy's going down.
Eddie Wineland? I mean, I've never met you in my life, and I'd bet money on you to bet Eddie Wineland. I mean, come on, man. I can't. These UFC hype train fights, bro, I can't. Now, our guy Tyler is the biggest Sean O'Malley fan in the world. And the biggest Hazmat Chimaev fan in the world. The two biggest UFC hype trains.
And Kevin Holland, prior to his last couple losses.
No. He's a Chimaev and O'Malley guy. He's a O'Malley guy. But listen, I mean, I watched UFC Embedded, and I watched this Chris Matino. Like, I saw him talking about the fight. And I watched some of his tape. Is he good? Not really. Not really. But you know what? You could dance around for 7 minutes and not get knocked out, bro. And if Sean O'Malley goes in there on Saturday and he beats him in 3 minutes, so be it. Okay.
Does Sean O'Malley come off of that very, very humbling loss, off that injury, and just start throwing the kitchen sink in the first round? Like,
bro, he walks around with a Sean O'Malley jersey that says 13-0 because he doesn't consider the Cheeto fight a loss because he hurt himself. He's a complete fucking tool, Sean O'Malley. I mean, come on. Let's at least call a spade a spade. He might be great, but he's a tool. He's walking around with a 13-0 jersey when he lost to Cheeto Vera.
I don't want to hear any of these Connor. He's the next Connor in terms of the hype, and then just relax.
Yeah, beat somebody first, at least. What's the best price that you see on the over 1.5 rounds in that fight?
Give me a minute to scan the other ones. The first one I pulled up was 160.
At what book?
DSI.
Bet DSI?
Yeah.
I'm seeing more like 150. Let me check FanDuel. Did you see Matino's cauliflower ear? Jonathan Nelson, that can't be a real comment right now. Please don't tell me that you're handicapping cauliflower ear.
I hope he has cauliflower ear. That means there's a better chance for him to put Sean O'Malley's ass on the mat and just wear down the time.
I think so highly of my guy, Jonathan Nelson, that I'm going to let that comment go. I'm going to just let that one go. Because I like my guy so much that I'm letting that one go right by the radar.
Yeah, dude, DSI is actually the best of my outs by 15 cents.
Will the fight to start round? Okay. What about this?
Oh, okay. Oh, I better find this one.
What about this? Fight to start round 2.
Money.
Yes, at even money.
Oh my god.
Can he go 5 minutes, bro? Can he just last 5 minutes?
If he puts O'Malley on his butt one time, you probably win the bet.
Jonathan Nelson said, "It's my birthday. I've had a few beers." Damn, Jay. Johnny, listen. What did I say to you? I said you're one of my favorite people. Listen, bro. Come on. You should have told me. I would have grabbed a glass of wine. I would have had a toast to your birthday tonight. You do you. You talk about the cauliflower ear all you want to tonight. It's your birthday, bro. I'm just here. Listen, bro, that's getting bad. I'm sorry. I'm going to just pray that the UFC is going to put somebody in the cage with Sean O'Malley that could jump around for 5 minutes at even money. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm going to figure out a way to tier all of these bets. I'm going to have some on fight starts round 2, some on over 1.5, and then some on O'Malley decision in some form or fashion. I don't know how I'm going to scale it, but
I'll tell you what, you agree with me, right, on the plus a nickel by decision?
plus a nickel, yes. That.
Okay, well, you know what? I think that gets thrown out the window when we can just pick up a unit when all the fight has to do is start round 2 at even money. I think I'm willing to throw that decision bet at 5-1 out the window. Just give me 5 minutes at even money, and I'll take the unit and I'll keep it moving. On to the next fight. We'll fight the next battle.
Yeah, which of those 3 am I most interested in?
Obviously, I mean, come on. What do you mean? Even money for 5 minutes. What are you talking about?
But dude, that O'Malley decision plus 500. I mean,
there are opportunities later. Let's just
get past the first.
Can we just scrape that unit and keep it moving?
And if we lose a unit because the third strike, he gets Muay Thai clinched, knee in the fucking chin like one of my guys did a couple weeks ago, and that's the end of the fight. And so be it.
I mean, you know what? Just when I thought I had this fight figured out, and then our guy Dexter Rojas turns it right on its head. Read that comment.
My man, there's a part of me that I kind of want it to happen just to see how the fallout that would occur.
I mean, my guy Dexter Rojas is trying to flip the fight right on its head.
Here I am coming with the hot takes of you got to guard Giannis, and my guy's over here saying Moutinho over O'Malley.
Yeah, Dexter said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing it. He's betting him to beat O'Malley. I got to tell you, I'm not an O'Malley believer. Let me just say that.
The thing is, like, okay.
The first real guy he fights, I am on them big.
I'm telling you, these guys fight 1,000 times, okay? Sean O'Malley winning by decision occurs much, much more frequently than Chris Moutinho winning this fight. No matter how you want to try and cut the fight, look at it, regardless.
I 100% agree with that statement. 100%. But you know what happens above them all? That they get out of the first round at even money.
Okay. All right. I think that's got to be 5. Can this guy make it 5 minutes with O'Malley? Yeah, I just have this feeling that O'Malley doesn't come out guns blazing after that last experience. But
you know how this goes, bro. They're gonna spend the first 90 seconds bopping around, fainting, trying to feel each other out. So it's gonna come down to at the end of the day, could he go 3.5 minutes with Sean O'Malley? That's it. Because they always spend the first minute of the fight bopping up and down, footwork, circle out. You're in a 30-foot cage because it's a pay-per-view in a sold-out T-Mobile arena. Everybody's excited. You're fainting, circle out, and then you reset. And then by the time you're ready to fight in the first round, there's about 3.5 minutes. Could he go 3.5 minutes with Sean O'Malley? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bet yes, he can at even money.
I'm going to tell you, I like it. I'm going to tell you what is going to be the turning point of the fight. It's going to be about midway in the first round, okay? Moutinho is going to get hit with the first good, clean shot by O'Malley, okay? And what's going to determine whether he makes it to 5 minutes is whether he just falls on his back and calls it and takes his paycheck, or if he just dives in and either shoots and clinches and just tries to burn time and give himself a little breather. Even money. I'm in.
Yeah, you know what? Free play for all the fucking viewers watching. That's going on the fucking spreadsheet. If I drop a unit at even money, I'll take my fucking chances. How do you think you get up that many units in the first place? You fucking take a shot. I'm taking the shot that fight goes over 5 minutes.
Because everybody, it's going to be so easy to say, oh, O'Malley's going to, toast this cannon. All the money is going to pour in, not only on O'Malley, but O'Malley inside of this, O'Malley via KO.
After I'm done, at the end of the week, when I'm finally done with my prep work and I have everything written down, exactly who I think is going to win, how I think they're going to win, at that point, I check everybody. MMA Junkie, Bloody Elbow, all the big YouTube sites, because I always want to see what other people are on compared to me. Does it ever sway my decision? No, because I've done the work, I've written it out, and I have my opinions. But I always want to see where everybody's at. The whole fucking world thinks O'Malley does this. If not inside the first round, inside the first 10 minutes. Everybody. Yeah. And the majority of them think it's going to happen inside the first 5 minutes. You know what? I'll fade them. I have no problem fading him. That's how we make money.
All right, so here's how I'm going to split the unit.
Look at you trying to get fucking cute when they're
because I'm not a professional bettor, so I like to, let's game.
It must be fucking nice to not keep the lights on doing this.
Oh man, I think that's probably the way you play it when you're talking about spreadsheet plays and just trying to pick up daily units and whatnot. But I'm probably going to do the half unit on the fight starts round 2.
Yeah.
0.3 on over 1.5 plus 160, and then still put 0.2 units on that O'Malley decision plus 500 to try and pick up another full unit there in case that happens.
So you're covering yourself where as long as he goes 5 minutes, you lose nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I don't mind that. I like that.
And every minute that ticks down on the clock, shirt comes off, pants come off.
You know what I think, bro? I think when me and you are on the show on Saturday, that's going to be a fun 5 minutes. That's what I think.
It's going to be a butt puckering 5 minutes, I'll tell you that.
All right, the next fight, you and I already have a bet in the Aldana Kunitskaya fight. It's not on the spreadsheet yet, but for subscribers, I did write about it in our MMA chat in the Discord. Could end up on the spreadsheet. Hasn't yet, but I did personally bet it. Gavin did personally bet it. All right, the next fight. This is a fight. Tai Tuivasa, Greg Hardy. I'll tell you what, bro. When I went into the tape, I was like, you know what? Tai Tuivasa, Greg Hardy at plus 115. I think Greg Hardy plus 115 is the right side. But then I watched the tape, and I'm not so sure. I think that the only way that Greg Hardy's going to beat him is if he gets him down, is if he takes him down to the ground.
And what is Greg Hardy's gas tank shown us to be if this fight does get to the ground? It better end quickly.
Right. I think that if this fight's going to stay standing for the majority of the fight, I think that Tai Tuivasa is 100% the right side after watching the tape this week. And I went into the tape thinking I was going to be on the other end of it. But after watching the tape, I kind of feel like as long as Tuivasa doesn't let Hardy just lay on him for 2 rounds to steal the first and second round that way, I think it's Tuivasa's fight to lose. What do you think?
I think Greg Hardy does not have the gas tank to, if he does get him down to the first round, to then do it again in the second round to the point where he can sufficiently show to the judges that he has won a round on top, has controlled on top, and has landed damage from top. I don't think it can happen 2 rounds in a row. It might happen 1. Greg Hardy has not shown. He's all about this projection, and the thing is, it's hard to bet him until you see him put it all together, and he hasn't shown anywhere near it yet.
So you're saying that you think that Greg Hardy would, even if he gets him down in round 1, you think it's too gassed to get him down in round 2?
Yes. No way Greg Hardy has 10 minutes of, or even call it, say it takes him 3 minutes, and then he finally shoots for a takedown 3 minutes into the first round. Okay, he grapples for 2 minutes, goes into the second round. He's got maybe another 2 minutes on the ground. Like
if that's the case, don't you think Tai Tuivasa is the right side?
Yeah, and I told you one of the closest things I was to betting was that Tuivasa decision.
I'll tell you what, Gav. I kind of like it. My only worry is this. The great thing about Tai Tuivasa is every single punch that he throws It's with everything that he has, right? So if Greg Hardy gets to a point where he's really gassed halfway through the fight, and Tuivasa's always moving forward and throwing every fucking bomb with every punch that he throws, do you think that Greg Hardy would last the last round and a half? That's my only worry, because I kind of like your bet, but that's my only worry.
My thing is, if this fight hits the 7.5 minute mark, I feel like it is super high likelihood to get to the cards, because I don't think either one of these guys are going to have a ton of zip or enough zip on their punches to really put one or the other down at that point. And so at that point, I agree with you in that Tuivasa is the right side. I don't like laying money with what I consider, low level men's heavyweight is probably second worst to low level women's MMA. Like, it's just dog or pass almost always. But in this case, if you're going to give me the favorite that I think has a good chance against a gasser at plus 400 on the decision, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
You'd rather do that than just lay the 140 on Tui?
Yeah, because it's going to be a dangerous first round for him.
Yeah. But you know what, bro? I don't know. Listen, American Top Team is trying to mold Greg Hardy into a real MMA fighter, right? If you go and watch his last 2 or 3 fights, right, all Greg Hardy's doing is
sticking and moving.
He's sitting behind that jab that he keeps poking out there, and then footwork. Work the jab, footwork, work the jab, footwork, right? I don't think that that's necessarily dangerous for Tai Tuivasa. Now, if Tuivasa comes forward and he makes Greg Hardy exchange with him, could Hardy catch him with a wild punch? Because we know technically Greg Hardy still has no real technique as a striker, aside from sticking that jab out and working his footwork around the cage. But when you watch Greg Hardy in the pocket, in striking exchanges, where he's throwing 3 and 4 piece combinations, he's got zero technique.
Yeah.
Still, right? So if all Hardy's doing is sticking that jab out and trying to create space and use his footwork, to me, I don't think that is necessarily a scare for Tai Tuivasa backers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you mean. And yeah, I kind of said, that it's almost like they are teaching him this stick and move in order to not accumulate a ton of damage while they try to hone his actual MMA skill set to become something. And so I do get what you're saying, but it's like, but the way that I've watched the fights, man, the fight is on the ground for 90 seconds and he throws 6 strikes and he's toast.
I kind of feel that the only way that Greg Hardy knocks Tuivasa out is in a wild exchange with no technique, where he just so happens to catch Tai Tuivasa in literally the perfect spot, because Tuivasa has shown himself to have a pretty durable chin against most heavyweights that he's been there with. I think that it would have to be a wild strike out of nowhere that literally hits the button perfect in order for him to drop Tuivasa. I got This was one of the fights where I went in thinking one side, and I came out the other side feeling pretty confident that this is definitely Tuivasa's fight to lose. I think that I think that after the fight is over, we might be like, wow, how are we not on Tuivasa at minus 135?
An actual MMA fighter versus an athlete. Very well could be the case. Yeah.
Right. But I understand where you're going with the whole decision prop at 4-1, because there's definitely a path where Tuivasa just outstrikes him for 3 rounds and makes him look stupid, and you get a really nice cash by decision. I think that's definitely possible. Definitely. I also think that there's a possibility where we're like, wow, Tuivasa should have been minus 250 in this fight. We should have just laid the 1.3 to pick up the unit.
Yeah, I will think on that. I kind of got dug in on that. That just plus 400 just stuck out to me so much. I kind of got tunnel vision on that. Yeah, maybe that is, and that's probably the difference between, like I was talking about in the O'Malley fight, the spreadsheet play and just taking the even money on the round one versus like, fuck it, I'm going to go for the plus 500.
Right. You're betting with your money. You're not betting with other people's money.
It's very true, very true. So everyone keep that in mind, obviously.
But you see my logic there?
I do, 100%. I see a minimal to no situation where Greg Hardy wins round 3. So I think you can book that for Tuivasa. Okay.
100% agree, bro.
Now, if you feel that Hardy comes out with this passive round 1 and is unable to hold Tuivasa down on the ground for an extended period of time, because remember, some of these fights that we've seen recently where fighters have taken people down a couple times but have done nothing in terms of damage from top control haven't really gotten credit for the actual time and that they spent in control. So I wouldn't be surprised if kind of that was the case.
Okay. Number one, you bring up a great point. There's no way Hardy wins round 3. No matter what the fuck.
No chance. He hasn't. Tuivasa's done it way more into deeper waters. Like, just
totally
can't see it happening.
100% agree with you. I would say if the bell rings for round 3, that's a Tuivasa round, right? Okay. Now, I do think the possibility exists in round 1. Greg Hardy feints, goes for the takedown, and is big enough to keep top control for the round and steal round 1. Why do I say that? Because we haven't seen these fights in Vegas yet. This is T-Mobile, 16,000 people, Vegas commission judges, where historically top control has meant a lot, regardless of who's throwing what from top control. Okay, historically, if you're on top of somebody for 3.5 rounds in Vegas, either at the MGM Grand or at T-Mobile, since they built the arena, more than likely you're winning that round historically, right? So let's say Hardy steals round 1. If round 3 happens, we're going to give it to Tuivasa. It would at that point come down to round 2, and you know what? Greg Hardy might look like a specimen, and Tuivasa might look like a pudgy fat fuck, but he's proven himself to have way better cardio than Greg Hardy from what we've seen so far in the UFC. Wouldn't you agree?
On top of the Hawaiian Samoan warrior chin, dude. It's hard to put that big boy down on the feet.
I'll tell you what, the only thing I would want to check now, that since we talked about it, is Tai Tuivasa's takedown defense. Because if it stays standing for 3 rounds, bro, it's not even close. Either he's going to knock Greg Hardy out or he's going to win every round on the feet, and it's going to be a 30-27 unanimous decision. I feel
Greg Hardy reminds me of a little bit.
Who?
Walt Harris.
Yeah, except Walt Harris is way better MMA fighter.
Way more dangerous early, but in terms of
technique,
like the guy has literally 7.5 minutes, and then he's just free bacon after that. You want to sub him? You want to knock him out? What do you want?
Dexter said, we're still talking about Tai Tuivasa? Yeah, Dexter, bro, this is what you call an in-depth breakdown, you cunt.
The question becomes, Keg. So the question becomes really, how do you feel about round one? Because either if you feel that Tuivasa is either able to, one, stuff the takedowns, or two, get to his feet quick enough before Hardy is able to fire off the 6 to 10 punches that he has from top control that can actually do damage. If he can do that and win round one, then you have to bet him pre-fight. If you feel that there's a decent chance that Hardy does get the takedown, then you just sit and you bet Tuivasa live after he potentially loses the first round. If he's slightly an underdog to lose the first round, even if we feel that's the case, he is.
I don't have that.
You know what I mean? He's certainly a favorite in round three, and I think he's got to be a favorite. He's definitely a favorite in the back half of round two, and he's probably a favorite other than the first 90 seconds that Hardy comes off the stool.
Hold on, I'm just checking right now. Okay, so his takedown defense is 47%.
Heavyweight is kind of.
So he basically stops one of every two takedowns, basically. Now, do we think that he'll be able to stop a Greg Hardy takedown? I don't know. I don't know how you quantify that. But here's what I know. If Greg Hardy doesn't decide to try to take him down in round one and says, I'm just going to box with this guy for 3 rounds, then I think we already won the fight.
Dead man walking. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Now, if he decides to take him down and like we're a minute and a half into round one and the bell rings for round two and he's still on top of him, then I think that me and you should have probably waited to bet him live going into round two. But I don't know, bro. How many times have we really seen Greg Hardy try to take somebody down? And
here's what I'll tell you, Keg. The longer Hardy is on the ground in the first round, the more likely I am to bet Tai Tuivasa live in the second going on. Because that gas tank of Greg Hardy is not what people make it out to be, like you're saying, being the specimen that he is. He's still a guy that has to cut to 265.
So Greg Hardy has 0.21 takedowns per 15 minutes. So per every 3-round fight, he lands a quarter of a takedown.
Yeah.
I think that says everything, don't you? I mean, that tells me first of all, he only hits his takedown accuracy at 30%. So 7 out of 10 takedowns get stuffed. Furthermore, he only lands a quarter of a takedown every 15 minutes. So that makes me feel like we're not going to have to worry about that. He's going to go out there and try to box Tai Tuivasa. And if that's the case, he's behind the 8 ball big time before he even gets in the cage. Unless you think that they're going to try to drastically do something than they've done in his first 7 UFC fights.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the question becomes, do you bet Tai pre-fight or do you wait and bet him live?
Here's the problem. If he wins round one he's minus 400 going into round 2.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, if you feel that he wins, if you feel that Greg Hardy's not taking him down, then you're betting him pre-fight.
Right. Yep. Exactly. All right, we talked about the co-main event. Now, I guess we'll talk about the main event and then we'll get off. Did you have a chance to watch the first fight? Means nothing. That fight from 7 years ago means nothing.
Forever ago, yeah.
Did you have a chance to watch the second fight a couple times?
Yeah, it's nice and short, so it's easy to bunch in.
What did you think?
That Conor is still more live as a striker, than people are giving him credit for, coming off, the mean, sleep position that Dustin Poirier put him in. Like, that first round was hairy, man. And then the second round was really when the leg kick started to come in more, and that was my takeaway. Was like, am I getting caught up with the echo chamber on this Dustin Poirier stuff? Because a lot of people are still on Dustin, just judging even by the fact that money's not coming in on Conor like you would normally see closer to fight night.
I have so many thoughts about this fight, bro, that I could write a college thesis on it. Like, okay. I guess if we're going to start somewhere, right, we can both agree that if the bell rings for round 3, he's cooked, right? Do we agree with that?
Agreed.
Okay, so let's put that aside. We already know who's an overwhelming favorite in round 3, 4, and 5. So you don't have to handicap that. So you're just handicapping the first 10 minutes. Okay. I went back this week and I spent an hour watching that fight as many times as I can in an hour. And I think I probably watched it 8 times in an hour. In round 1, he had Dustin Poirier hurt twice. So much so that Poirier admitted that he was out on his feet. And here's the thing. If you have watched 25 Dustin Poirier fights in the UFC, there is a look that comes on his face when he's out on his feet and hurt. And he clearly had that look in round 1. He was hurt. The thing about Dustin Poirier is he's so fucking durable and he gets his wits about him so quickly that he'll get hurt by a punch and he will be recovered before the person that hurt him even knows that they hurt him, okay? But the same look that he had in the first round of that fight with Conor in the second fight is the same look that Eddie Alvarez hurt him twice in that fight. Dan Hooker hurt him once in that fight. He carries that same look. So he was out on his feet in round 1. Conor didn't realize it. Dustin has sick regeneration, and he recovered. Early in round 2, he was hurt again, but he recovered. Now, I guess the question is, first of all, Conor didn't think he was going to take him down the first 25 seconds in round 1, right? So I think that Brown was on the right track, Poirier's coach. I think you have to take Conor McGregor down in round 1 and make him
as soon as possible. Yep.
And make him tired. Even if he works his way back up to his feet like he did in that first round, fine. But if he's working to get up, every second that's happening it's taking power off that left hand. Like as the seconds roll by, the more power is draining from that left hand. So personally, I expect Poirier to come out in round one, box with him for 30 seconds, and try to take him down. And he'll probably get him to the ground. McGregor does not have great takedown defense, so he'll probably get him to the ground in round one. And he'll probably steal that round because of it. Now, McGregor was dangerous in round one. And I think McGregor's going to be worrying about the calf kicks. And I do think that Kavanaugh probably has a plan for those calf kicks. But one thing I know is that Dustin Poirier, whether McGregor has a plan for it or not, is going to be swinging those fucking calf kicks all fight long.
Edson Barboza throwing his bloody leg at Shane Burgos over and over when we're like, there's no way he could throw any more leg kicks. Throwing another one. You're like, holy shit.
If you have a plan to check that leg kick, good for you. But you know what? I'm going to make you implement that plan because I'm throwing those fucking calf kicks again all night long. And I think Poirier is going to go for the takedowns in round one, in round two, which I think will take power away from Conor's hand. Listen, do I think that Conor can knock him out? I do. But here's what I think. I think that Dustin Poirier is so much more of a complete MMA fighter. Up and down. Does Conor have the touch of death in his left hand that Dustin Poirier doesn't have? Yes. But outside of that one thing, Poirier's got better kicks. Poirier has cardio for days. Poirier might even be a better technical 3 and 4 punch combination boxer, because that's the thing with Conor. He throws that 2-piece and then he resets. He always likes to reset. Poirier will throw 5-punch combinations. You don't see Conor McGregor throw 4 and 5-punch combinations ever. Go back, even when he was a 2-division champ, even when he was knocking everybody out, Conor will always throw a 2 or 3-piece at most, and then reset, and then attack again. He does not have that built-in, I'll throw fucking 9 punches in a row combination. He just doesn't have that. I think, obviously, we know Poirier's a better grappler. Obviously, we know Poirier's got better takedowns. We know Poirier's got better submissions. We know Poirier's got 3 times the cardio. We know Poirier might not have as much power in his hands as Conor does, but carries a lot of power at 155 pounds. I think, personally, he's a better technical boxer than Conor is, even though if we're only talking 2-punch combinations and openings, I do think that Conor's got heavier hands in that specific instance. But outside of that, I think that Dustin Poirier is I think he's the most complete mixed martial artist that Conor McGregor has ever fought. If you go and look at the people he's fought, top to bottom, I don't think anybody that he's fought is as complete as an MMA fighter as Poirier is. Not Jose Aldo, not Max, not Nate twice, not Chad Mendez, not fucking Cerrone. I really do believe that Dustin Poirier's the best fighter he's ever faced, top to bottom. And I just don't see how he loses. I think I think that Conor can catch him with that left hand that's got the fucking like a ghost on it? Yes. But Poirier is so fucking durable that he might be recovered before Conor even realized that he hurt him. So my gut says it's Dustin Poirier's fight to lose. And I was on Conor McGregor in the second fight. I lost. But I just think could Conor knock him out in round one? Yeah, he could. But if he doesn't, he's done. I think Poirier's the right side.
Yeah, gun to my head, that's the side I bet, no doubt.
Jonathan Nelson says better than Khabib. Yeah, Poirier is way more of a complete mixed martial artist than Khabib is. Yeah, Khabib is the greatest of all time because he has one tool that nobody can crack. That's why he's the greatest of all time. So go ahead. So anyway, all that, my opinion, sums up to. I think if round three, the bell rings for round three, I think that Poirier will knock him out around 3, 4, or 5. So if you're going to bet Poirier, I think you take him by knockout at plus 190. Because if Conor does get out of the first 10 minutes, he's going to get knocked out around 3, 4, or 5 because he just doesn't have that level of cardio that Dustin has. So I think you either take him by knockout at plus 190 or you take him by knockout at plus 190 and you try to get that extra added tier bonus should we start round 3, 4, or 5, where you take him at 10-1 in round 3, at 20-1 in round 4, at 30-1 in round 5, and you try to make a real score. That might be what I end up doing. I might throw a unit on Poirier by knockout at plus 190, and then I might throw 3 half units on him in round 3, 4, and 5 to get to end the fight. So yeah,
I've been thinking about that 3 at 10-1 and round 4 at 20-1, and where I come out to is a knockout in round 3 and the fight not starting round 4, obviously, which is inherent in that, is more than twice as likely as just the fight probably to even get to round 4, frankly. And that 10-1 is probably if I'm going to make one bet, and this I probably do have a little bit of just personal pizza money on it. That round 3 at 10-1 is.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
Round 4 20-1 just feels greedy.
Let me ask you a question. Do you see a way that this goes 5 rounds? Like, think about how Poirier and Hooker beat the shit out of each other for 25 minutes. Do you think that Conor could be on the other end of what Dan Hooker took in that fight?
Dude, I can't believe that Dan Hooker Poirier fight lasted 25 minutes.
So what if the play was Conor in round 1 and Dustin in round 2, 3, and 4? What's Conor in round 1? You have odds on that?
Yeah, give me a second here. Conor in round 1 plus 325.
And what's Dustin in round 2?
Plus 600.
And round 3, 10-1, round 4, 20-1?
I got 11-1, round 3 on DSI, and 18-1.
So technically, if the fight ends in the first 4 rounds, if Conor got the job done in round 1, he would cover your losses on Poirier in round 2, 3, and 4.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, bro. If he doesn't, I don't know. All I know is I think that Poirier is going to win. I don't know if maybe I'm just being too cute. Like maybe if Poirier plus 190 by knockout is just the right play. And maybe I shouldn't tear it off in round 3, 4, and 5. But here's the thing. Me and you both think it's going to go over 1.5 rounds, right? Which would mean...
Yeah, we laid money to do so.
Right. Which would mean the knockouts coming in 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah.
So 10 to 1, 20 to 1, and 30 to 1 are really, really good prices on something that we think is probably going to happen.
Yeah, DSI has Poirier by KO 140. If it was plus 190, that's nice.
Yeah, I checked yesterday. FanDuel had him by knockout at plus 190. Let me check right now. Right now, Poirier by knockout on FanDuel is 2 to 1.
All right, let's go after this one.
Connor by knockout is plus 150. Wow.
The where I come down to and why I laid money on betting the over 1.5 versus betting the side is it's just hard. Dude, you know exactly to a T what you are getting from Dustin Poirier, from the physical to the mental to the exact skill set he brings. He's got a large sample size of fights. He's still in his prime. This is a dude that lives and breathes this shit day in and day out. You know what you're going to get from him, right? What Connor shows up in the ring, dude, and that's where I just have an issue betting a side at all in the fight, just because that is so hard to handicap.
Not only that, Gavin, but we saw Conor McGregor hurt him twice 6 months ago and still couldn't put him away. Couldn't put him down, bro.
But is it he wobbled him twice or hurt him twice pretty much coming out of the bar, you know, like without full training? How much do you buy into that versus, you know, it's just hard to have any idea where Connor is at mentally and physically with his training. One, compared to where he was at, you know, and two, if he's ever going to get back to that hunger. It's just such a hard handicap for me to make that it's the side's tough.
I don't know.
But yeah, I relatively agree with almost everything you're saying. Like, and especially if you think that Poirier wins round 1, you think that Poirier, other than the first 2 minutes of round 2, you probably cruise in that bet if you think Poirier wins round 1.
I agree.
And so if you have that feeling, you need to bet him pre-fight because it's only going to get worse as the fight goes on.
I think we grabbed the best bet in the fight 3 weeks ago, but now it's unbettable for people that haven't betted already. All I know, bro, is if Poirier takes him down in round 1 and could keep him on the ground, I mean, Connor is so fucking toast. I mean, he is so done.
And see, that's the thing maybe that hurts the most about MMA betting is holding a ticket that literally 90 seconds into the fight, you know, is a dead fish. You're just like, oh my God, I can't believe I bet that, you know, and like that's always in the back of your mind. And yeah, if you bet something like Connor and Poirier takes him down and holds him down, you're cooked. You're a dead man walking.
Bro, the knockout prop in this fight is minus 270. Why?
Fight wins the knockout?
Yeah, fight 10 and knockout minus 270. Why is that? I mean, Connor's got 8 minutes in him to knock him out. The next 17 minutes are all because the book thinks that Poirier is going to finish him. I mean, come on, let's call a spade a spade. This will be the first fight that Conor McGregor has been a part of since entering the UFC, where if he doesn't take substantial money Friday and Saturday to close the favorite, this will be the first fight, probably since his debut, where he hasn't taken money. This line continues to climb, bro. Bet365, it has Conor right now at, I'm sorry, DraftKings has Conor at plus 106 right now.
I know, and that's always like, it just always worries me when and like the echo chamber of just the MMA talk, like, and man, everybody seems to be on Poirier, like, and God, I don't know if they watched the last fight, dude. He was in a bad spot a couple of times. Like, it just, you asked if I had a takeaway, it was that Conor is a little bit more live than what most people are giving him credit for, especially based on the first fight. Like,
I agree. I watched that second fight, and he had him hurt a couple times in that first and second round. But you know what? I don't think Conor McGregor has ever gone up against somebody that recovers as quickly and is as durable and has the heart that Dustin Poirier has. I don't.
The thing is the heart, dude. You gotta almost kill Dustin Poirier in the ring to put him out.
Yeah, bro. And he knows if he wins this fight, he's gonna fight Charles Oliveira to get that belt. Like, I mean, the guy that made $180 million this year and was the number one Forbes athlete, like, he cares if he drops this fight? Come on, stop.
Here's the thing, what if Conor wins because he's close to a relatively even money coin flip fight?
Dana White already said it.
Get a shot at Charlie Olives?
Dana said it. If he wins this fight, he'll fight Oliveira.
So let's play devil's advocate for McGregor. Okay, you're McGregor, and as bad as your run has been in the UFC compared to, one, the money and the business that you have out of the ring, and two, compared to the success that you had early on, okay, is this the circle the wagons type moment where he can say, okay, if I bear down, I can win one fight, get a shot at the title. I'm 2 fights away from getting the belt.
Yeah, and you got the president of the UFC telling anybody he can tell, Brett Okamoto, fucking Mike Swick, BT Sports, if Conor McGregor wins this fight and goes and beats Charles Oliveira, he will be one of the 5 greatest fighters to ever fight in this sport. Here's the thing, bro. I would pick Charles Oliveira against Conor McGregor with my fucking dick out. And
he's going down in the first 90 seconds, bar none.
People don't understand how good Charles Oliveira is, bro. They don't understand it.
That's fine. We'll keep betting him at minus 130. That's okay.
Yeah. But I think Poirier is going to win this fight, and he's going to go fight Charlie Olives, and it could be the best lightweight title fight that we've ever seen. It could be a 5-round war, because I can't say that Oliveira is going to just dust Poirier, but I feel pretty good about the fact that Charlie will beat Conor. But that Poirier fight might be the best 5-round lightweight title fight we've ever seen.
Yeah,
in the history of sport.
Chandler is much more of a guy who he brought the fight to Charlie and forced the volume and the kind of early flurry out of Charlie himself. Poirier is a little bit slower and much more of an accumulation guy, as I said kind of before. So yeah, the fight has a much longer chance or a much better chance of going longer. That would be a beauty, man. Jesus.
It'll be one of the best light.
McGregor on his ass for however long it takes for Charlie Allis to make him tap. If Nate Diaz is making Conor McGregor tap, I promise you, Charlie Allis is putting him in a pretzel 3 different ways till Wednesday.
Jonathan Nelson said, I got Conor on my book at plus 115. Dexter said, should I take Nico Price at plus 180? I mean, in what world is he plus 180?
I need to open up that book.
Don't even get me going. I mean, this weekend's either going to go really well for me and you, or it's going to be a complete fucking shit show clusterfuck. Because these lines, bro, I don't even understand half of them. All right, boys, we're out. You'll be able to hear me and Gavin talk about the UFC for fucking 7 hours on Saturday. I'll be back tomorrow night with the main event breakdown, which you basically just heard here, but I'll be back. You'll see me and Gavin all Saturday. You'll see me and Coop all Sunday. Sunday night, you'll see me and Spread for the NBA Finals. You're going to see a shit ton of my fat face because that's what we do here at Run Pure Bets. Until then, we'll see you soon. We're out.